price of freedom is death. We're coming to get our check.
Welcome, my brothers and my sisters. I'm your brother Afro. Welcome to our Open Mic Live, the last Open Mic Live of 2025. Boy, we've had a crazy year. There's been a lot of ups, a lot of downs, but we've had a good year, and we're going to make sure that we wrap up the year really well. So I appreciate you guys for liking, subscribing, and everything. We're going to cover a couple of things before I allow you all to call in, whether you agree or disagree. As long as you keep your comments respectful for the platform of YouTube, you can say what you want to say, but just understand that we are on YouTube's platform, so there are some things that you can't say. So just hold on, and we're gonna get to your thing. There's something I want to address, because last week we talked about Pan-Africanism. A lot of people were upset with our stances on Pan-Africanism, and specifically because Professor James Small came out with a video or interview he did with a Kenyan tether, and that interview he was really disparaging FBA. Okay, and we played it and we broke it down. He was disparaging FBA left and right. Not his first time doing that either. We were here a few years ago when he did it the first time, or at least when I saw it the first time. I don't know if he's done it before. I doubt it, because he was at the reparations rally quite literally the year before. He was literally there the year before. Then he switched up. Then it was a thing that got settled down. Then he did it again. So now we're where we are. So he came out with all of the backlash, because pretty much everybody, because of what he was saying, everybody had something to say about his comments. So he's come out with a response to it. Not necessarily, before you understand, not necessarily an apology, but a response. But not a double down. Really a kind of walking back, soft walking. I didn't really mean it. Everybody took everything I said out of context. Again, was what he did again. So we're going to play that for you all, and I'm going to get you guys, and I'm going to break it down, and then after we break that down, which we'll do real quickly, then I want to get your comments. And you can not only are you you're not limited to just that subject. If you want to talk to me or make a comment about any other subject, feel free to do so. So without any further ado, let's get started. Let's get started. Okay. This is Dr. Mayat. I don't know who these two other men are, but this is Professor Small and Dr. Mayat. This is on her platform, all right? This is on her platform, okay? So let's continue. Let's go.
A clip of you was taken, and then the headline became Tariq Nasheed is a CIA agent, and FBA equals CIA operation. Could you please tell us what was going on, Professor James Small, on that platform, and what you were trying to convey that people did not get when they watched the video?
For the sake of time, I'm gonna fast forward it just so I can make sure I go ahead and get everything covered, and then so I can get to y'all comments.
Put the video back up. I hope that people who are going off watch the whole video. I put it on Facebook a couple of times. Watch the video. Mm-hmm. There was one segment, really about 2 sentences or 3 sentences, where I'm saying the government of the United States, and this is a fact, and its foreign policy as regards African Americans and African continental should never be allowed to unite economically, politically, and culturally. That is the policy towards Africa of the United States of America. The big new Brzezinski, under Jimmy Carter, put it in writing. There was this other piece called Something 2000. They put it in writing a few years before that. Henry Kissinger put it in practice for almost 2 decades. And so my point was, I grew up in the 60s. I watched Fred Hampton killed 2 weeks after he was here with us in New York by somebody who walked at his side as a friend, comrade, and security specialist, all right, who was one of us that was a collaborator with the enemy. I saw Malcolm X. I didn't see Malcolm. I was overseas when Malcolm X got killed. Malcolm, as smart as he was, did not see Gene Roberts, did not see Ray Jones, the CIA man. That's one in the black suit standing over his body. Ray Jones is the cop from NYPD boss, nor the one Matthews or whatever his name who gave a deathbed confession That he had 5 or 6 on his security team. He didn't see them. So the point I was making, when we behave in a way where we are creating division between African peoples anywhere in the world, we are playing in the hands of the U.S. State Department and Justice Department. Because the one thing they do not want to see is the most powerful African ethnic group in the world, the African Americans, if one want to say all the different terms we use to describe ourselves, foundational Black Americans. However, I used to call it formerly enslaved Africans in America. They do not want to see that group find union with the wealthiest piece of real estate on the planet Earth that's inhabited by Black people whose medium age is 19 years old. Okay, it's the biggest continent in the world. We can fit North America, Europe, Russia, China, and Africa, and we still got space. And so the unity of those two groups caused the death of many of our leaders. We saw it all the way back to Garvey. Garvey's group was infiltrated by the American government by a Black man. All right, and because other Black people in the organization had issues with Garvey, they were able to cause that divide and end up putting Garvey in jail for one envelope with a stamp on it where they charged him with fraud and caused the collapse of that movement in this country. You can go all through our history and see it. I was just trying to make that point, that those who foster and this division between those from the continent, the Caribbean, and those from the United States are playing in the hands of the U.S. government.
Okay,
that's
so
wrong. If anybody can see that as a negative, I don't understand.
You don't understand?
Negative.
Okay, briefly. Are we fostering that? Are we initiating a division? When people talk about we shouldn't be causing this division, we shouldn't be initiating, we shouldn't be playing into this division, we're not playing into anything. That's not what Foundation Black American, which, by the way, let me clarify, Foundation Black Americans are not an organization. It's not an organization. It's not a group. It's not an ideology. It's not some cult, something. It's nothing of the sort. It literally is a lineage. The same lineage that you recognize as African American, the same lineage that you recognize as Black American is just foundational. Just added one word, foundational, to the Black American, and bam, you got it. Now, are we fostering this division, or are we already just calling out? Are we just recognizing the division that already exists? It's not as if somebody is going, and because he heavily implied that that's what we were doing, that we were going in and we were trying to separate a unified group of people. That's not what we were doing. If we were all together and locked in and tied together and moving in alignment, okay, then we wouldn't even need to be having this conversation. It would be oppy to have this conversation. However, as he's acknowledged, that's not been the case. That has not been the case. So by us just acknowledging and speaking out loud about the fact that there is no unity, which is what we're saying when people say we're causing division, you can't divide something that was not together. They're making it seem like we're breaking something up. Let me ask you, let me put it this way. If two people, a man and a woman, don't know each other, have never seen each other, don't know each other's name, have never talked online, don't know nothing about each other, from two different worlds, they could walk past each other, wouldn't know each other, complete strangers. Can you break them up? No, you can't break them up. Why can you not break them up? Because they're not together. You can only break people up when those people are together. If this man and this woman were in a relationship and you were doing things to sabotage the relationship, then yes, you would break them up. But if this man and this woman don't know each other from a can of paint, you can't break them up. You can't break something up that is not already together. You understand? So what we're doing is we're acknowledging, and we're not going to pretend as if we are unified and we all kumbaya and we're all in lockstep, because that is not the reality. All right. And by pretending that it is actually very problematic and harmful to the group. So we're not instigating anything. We're just acknowledging what the reality is, because in order to fix a problem, you have to acknowledge what it is. That's the only way you're going to do anything. That's the only way you're going to move our group. If Pan-Africanists did actually want to unify, they would be calling out the tethers that prevent the unification in the first place, but they don't do that. So this is where we are. Let's continue.
So Professor James Small, at any point did you say
no?
Tariq Nasheed is
I just talked to Sincere, the brother, a little while ago, because I'm going to go on the show. I said something, but I might just do that. And I asked him, who made that banner? Who put up that tag that say Professor Small says FBA or CIA? I never said no such thing. Okay. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, in one of the notes, because I went over the speech a few times, I said that our brother is not the CIA. Okay.
And I don't want to pause it too much because I want y'all to be able to come in and cook, but I got to break this down. Okay. That is what you implied. Don't lie. Don't walk it back. Don't walk it back. Don't walk it back. That is exactly what you did. And the Kenyan tether dude didn't even say that. You said that. You invoked the CIA. You said that. You was all like, Tariq might not. You didn't say he was, but you implied multiple times, and this isn't your first time doing it, that, well, yeah, he might not, and we got to understand that there are operatives and who is paying FBA. You said that. This is what you said, that FBA was being paid, and we got to understand who is paying FBA, because why is FBA doing this? That is what you said. Now you're up here saying, I never said anything close to that. What is people talking about? I don't know why people are saying anything like that. That is what you said. And we're not going to sit here and lie and act like you did not say that. And this is why we can't accept this. It's not even an apology, but we can't accept what this is. Because are we going to tell the truth? And I want the Pan-Africanists to really listen. And I want you guys to call in. Because y'all was saying we was being disrespectful, and I want to ask you, is this not being respectful? Is playing his words? Because that's what he said, and now he's going to act like he's not. And everybody else on the panel, they're upset. Not at Professor Small, they're upset at us. So they're not going to say, well, no, Professor, maybe that is what you said. And he's going to, or at least, well, Professor, don't you understand why people would interpret what you said as that? Everybody on the panel is all going to act obtuse, and everybody on the panel is all going to act like we just pulled that out of nowhere, that we completely made that up, that he never even said the term CIA. That never came out of his mouth. COINTELPRO, none of that never came out of his mouth. Nobody on the panel is going to be like, Professor, no, you did. Nobody's going to do that? All right.
Just the opposite of what they said. Trying to explain that if people didn't get it, that we get infiltrated by our enemy, and if we behave in a way that is in line with what they want to see happen to us in terms of divide and conquer, then they will take advantage. Now, I don't know how many ways you can say that, and people don't get that. Mm-hmm. The rest of the speech was about telling the continental African brothers, y'all need to understand why FBA is pissed off with you. And I tried to break that down, right? Because of their behavior. And no one has criticized brothers and sisters on the continent the way I have.
And we're going to get
and kick their asses some more for certain behavior. I mean, and that's been all over the internet.
Oh yeah, we're going to get to that, Professor. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But so we had that ruled out. So once that happened, so okay, you never said that FBA, and that was the thumbnail. I don't even want to say his name, but the gentleman that you just mentioned, his platform, that was the thumbnail that he created and put up that said FBA equals CIA operation.
Let me be clear to the brothers and sisters who are FBA, because my intent is not to hurt your spirit, because I am you. Long before you were saying FBA, even before Claude Anderson coined the term, I was coining the same concept, calling it formerly enslaved Africans in America, for the same reason you're doing it, trying to find an identity for ourselves that was distinct and separate from others. And then I would lay it out, listen to my speeches, and not some little clips other people freaking off and playing. My thing was, if a Yoruba can be Yoruba and also be Nigerian and also be African, I can be formerly enslaved African American, or FBA if you want to call it.
I want y'all to listen, pay very close attention to this, because this is important.
And be African without it being a contradiction. And I can also be an American. America is a geopolitical place.
Let me play it back a little bit.
I was coining the same concept, calling it formerly enslaved Africans in America, for the same reason you're doing it, trying to find an identity for ourselves that was distinct and separate from others. And then I would lay it out, listen to my speeches, and not some little clips other people freaking off and playing. My thing was, if a Yoruba can be Yoruba and also be Nigerian and also be African, I can be formerly enslaved African American, or FBA if you want to call it, and be African without it being a contradiction. And I can also be an American. America is a geopolitical place. Africans is a continent, a race, and a culture. It's not an ethnic group. All right. And so if we understand these things, you'll understand what I'm saying. I'm saying if you want to be FBA, there's no need to denounce Africa or Africans. That doesn't help you be FBA. We are FBA because we've been here for 500 years. We've created a culture, a dynamic one of our own, like any other group that is separate from the other groups for 500 years would do. Now, I thought that was what the identity was, not one that would then begin to castigate Africa.
Okay, before we get into that, let me explain to you guys why we can't do that. Okay, thoroughly break this down. This is not, when we say we're not African, this is not because we hate Africa. This is not because, look at them Africans. No, nobody is doing that. Nobody is saying, I'm not saying that. I don't say that. And I know a lot of you all don't say that. The whole we're not Africa is not out of no hatred, disdain, belittling, or condescension that we have, or attitude we have towards Africa or the African people. No. But when we talk about how we want to advance the group and move towards empowerment, move towards reparations, we got to be very clear with things. We have to be clear with what the race is, what the ethnicity is, what the nationality is. When you start jumbling all of that stuff up, we get nowhere. Think about it like this. You go to a reparations task force and say, I am a foundational Black American and I am an African. What do you think? They're going to be like, okay, so we give reparations to Africans, but not so we give reparations to African Foundation Black American, the African Foundation Black Americans. How does that make sense? And this ain't to be like, no Africans because we hate them. No, but I want you to think, does that make sense? When we're trying to get reparations, when we're trying to advance and disaggregate data and delineate, how does that make sense if we're saying we're still African? Africa is not a race. Let's just say that. Let's just tell the truth on that. Africa is a continent. He said Africa is a race, a continent, and a culture. What? No, it's not. No, it's quite literally not. Africa has 54 countries in it with several different tribes and languages, hundreds of different tribes and languages. How is it a culture? What is the culture of Africa? It's a landmass. That's like saying Asia is a culture. There's so many different cultures and so many different ethnicities in the continent of Asia that you can't move anywhere in the real world when you're saying stuff like that. With all of this doublespeak, despite y'all love for Africa, it's not a race. Let's talk about what the reality is. So is Africa the race or is Black the race? Imagine, I want you to think about this. Going to a reparations task force, saying I am a foundational Black American. I am Black and I am African and I am a foundational Black American. And I deserve reparations. Do you understand the door that we've just opened for all of these other tethers who are going to try to cosplay with that? If we say, well, Africa is a race and we're all African, which is the argument that they keep trying to make when they keep trying to say that we don't really have a distinct culture because we're quote unquote all from Africa. When they keep trying to say that, we're moving backwards if we start perpetuating that narrative, which is not true. That's not what the census say. That's not what the records say. When we're out here trying to get things done as far as reparations and disaggregation and resources and tangibles, that's not going to work. It's literally not going to work. It sounds really like pseudoscience to say that. So when we say it's not even about disowning any African ancestry, it's about acknowledging our ancestry here. Because that's what's going to empower us. It's about acknowledging that and then prioritizing that and empowering that. That's what it's about. That's what the whole thing is about. That's what the movement is doing. With all of this weird kind of putting puzzle pieces together that don't fit, we're not going to do anything. But then he goes on to say the movement is not supposed to be about castigating Africans and things, so we're going to play that.
I see people telling there was never any slave ships. Slavery never happened. And I'm listening to all of this and go like, wait a minute, that's not. And anyone with an accent from the continent of the Caribbean gets jumped upon. I go like, where is all of that coming from? What has that to do with the history of the most courageous African people in the world? Mm-hmm. Those of us who had to grow up in the house of the white man. Brothers and sisters in other parts of the world, they've been the overwhelming majority. White folks have been the minority. But we had to grow up in the house of a white majority and kick his ass all the way to the bank. And we've done it for 500 years. So we have a very unique personality. I'm not arguing against that. I would die for any FBA any day. That's me. That's my family. I'm born in South Carolina. I'm Gullah Geechee, but that's not my race. That's a cultural manifestation. I'm FBA. That's not my race. That's a genetic infusion and cultural manifestation. America, that's not my race. That is a geopolitical place. Africa is my race. That's my grandmother, my grandfather, my ancient culture, my ancestors. So I'm trying to explain that, and I thought I was doing it in a fairly decent way in that piece with the interview with the young man from Kenya. Are they angry because I did an interview?
No. And this is why I don't. First off, it's not a race. It's not. Okay. That's not what the world. That's not what the world considers. That's not what we consider. So is Africa your race, or is black your race, or do you have two different races? We're African. That's our race, and we're black. That's our race. Is Africa a continent? Are continents our race? Let's be honest, because nobody says our race. If that's the case, is your race North American? Is your race South American? Is your race Australian? Is your race, European? These are continents. These are places. These are not races. And we start really messing up when we sit up here and pretend like it is, because it's not. And that's not what you were trying to express. What you were trying to express, what he was trying to express, is that we suffer from insecurity, and we're insecure about our African heritage. That's what you said. It's not like you were just explaining and you were giving a history lesson on the racial history of Africa. You weren't doing that. You were saying that we have insecurity about Africa, and it was a lot of stuff like we hate Africa and we want to be separated and we want to be closer or more adjacent to the European. That's the type of stuff that you were saying. Now you're sitting up here acting as if you didn't say that stuff. Like we have not acknowledged that. Now, come on now. See, come on now. Come on. And he wanted to go on, I got to call it what it is. He wanted to go on a podcast or a place that's not going to check that. That's not going to call that out. That's not even going to respectfully, because there's a way you don't have to call him out his name. I've yet to call him out his name, but there's a respectful way to push back against any and everybody. Nobody on the panel at all is going to be like, well, no, Professor, that's not what you said, or at least that's not how people took it. Everybody's being silent and nobody's saying anything, and instead they're all backing this up. What he says, anytime he says what he says, they nod their head in agreement. So it's safe for him to come up here and say, well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
With a young man from Kenya, I do an interview with anybody who I think is decent that asks me to do one. Okay. And I don't get paid. I don't have a podcast. All those James Small video you see on the internet, I don't get one penny off of one of them. Whoever's putting up those videos, I've never put a video of my own on the internet ever. Brother, put together almost 4 or 5 years ago, YouTube TV channel for me. I've never used it. I think one program I did some years ago with OBB2 So
you never put one video up on the internet ever? So that Facebook page where you went live, you literally went live on Facebook, and that video was still up. Did you not put that up? Did you not go live? Were you not holding your phone and talking to the camera? Are you only counting YouTube, or what are you talking about? Because Facebook is considered a video, but okay, all right. And like I said, nobody on the panel is going to be like, no, that's not true. The reason why we're even having this conversation is because you went live on Facebook about it. But okay, all right. I guess you don't think we remember that.
This whole attack thing, they're even making a thing of my taking trips to Africa.
Oh, Professor, we're gonna.
Hey,
we gotta slow down. Slow down, Professor. Because
but I don't want to get. Let me be clear. I didn't come on today to get in no contention with everything.
No. I know. We know, Professor.
Well, I did, but I'll just wait till you leave. I'll wait till you leave. Hey, sometimes the warrior spirit got to be there. I won't do it with you because I respect you, but I got this from you. Don't hate me. Hate the game. I got it from you. I watched you talk about how, well, Dr. Ben is a little bit too nice. I don't come to be nice. So I'm coming in that spirit. 20 years ago when I met you, and I seen how you did what you did, and I understand the whole situation. So go ahead.
Hold tight. So after that,
let me just say, sister, one thing about Tariq. I have no personal beef with Brother Tariq. I made a criticism about
it. I know you don't.
I know you don't.
We know you don't.
We know you don't. And that's why we here, though.
Young man, but I cannot understand this attack on African peoples, on brothers and sisters from other places. Even if you say I'm not the leader, if you are in a leadership position and you influence people, anything you say tends to influence our people to look a certain way. And so the one thing all of our leaders have fought for that I know of is the unification of African people worldwide.
Okay. He says he doesn't have any issue with Tariq or whatever the case is. That's not really. Because in that other thing you was talking about, in order to beat Tariq, and Tariq is not even really that smart, and this ain't the first time you said it. The whole Tariq might be compromised, and Tariq don't know who he talking about, and Tariq is not, because he said that a couple of times. Tariq ain't no real historian like that. I mean, he know facts, but he don't even know how to put it together. He don't retain the information like that. So all of that, Tariq ain't no real historian. Now you act like, well, it's just a disagreement. No, you were throwing shots. Unnecessary shots, because even if you disagree, to come at his pedigree, to come at his credentials, talking about he ain't no real historian, Tariq ain't even really smart like that, and now you want to get up here and be all like, I have no issue with Tariq at all. Really? Are you sure you don't? Are you sure you don't? Because I'd hate for you to have an issue if you're talking about him like that and you don't have an issue, because you were sounding like you did. Okay, and it wasn't the first time.
You can call it Pan-Africanism, Johnism, jump over the broomism, the unification of African peoples worldwide. And when somebody is actually attacking that, it just baffles the hell out of me.
No, understood, Professor.
Okay.
So after everyone, like I said, once they took that clip, Professor James Small calls, brother, Tariq, a CIA agent, and then the other headlines, and people just, putting your name in videos and fabricating things and all that. Then people started to pull old clips of you speaking, and they pulled these clips with the intention to show that you're contradicting, your talking points are contradictory, basically. The first clip was a clip of you speaking. It was recorded by Transatlantic Productions, and you were talking about the African American identity. Do you remember that clip by any chance, Professor James Small?
Vaguely. I've always, like I said, long before there was an FBA, I was trying to teach our people that we need to establish our own identity. That's not anti-African. When the Akan man in Ghana says, I am Ashanti, and I am Akan, and I am Ghanaian, and I am African. None of those things is a contradiction.
No, it's not.
Okay, so why can't the African American establish their identity and their peculiar history and culture without having to attack the rest of the family? Okay, that's not necessary. That's not necessary. I can be a foundational Black American, an African American, an American, and an African, and none of them would be a contradiction. We built America, and you've heard me say this 1,000 times. We built this. We ain't giving it to nobody.
That's right.
All right,
that's right.
Okay. First off, it is a contradiction. It is a contradiction. Second of all, the people that you're trying to defend, they're the ones who are coming into our lives, our spaces, our conversations, and calling us the pretendians, saying we're not the ones who are native and indigenous to this land, and we're pretendians and we're cosplaying because we hate ourselves and we hate our African ancestry and we don't really know where we come from. That was a whole trend some years ago that, the African American really doesn't know where they're from. They really don't know where their people are from. They really don't know where their family's from. And they would argue that down. It's not even something that they would say and then move on. They would stand on us, quote unquote, not knowing where we're from and we're being some lost people of Africa who doesn't really have any culture like that. That's them who've been saying that. So now we're standing up and we're loudly defending our culture and our heritage here. Now now you're going to twist it and make it seem as if we're being aggressive to other people or we're on the attack towards other people. No, we're saying who we are, and they're coming over here trying to get us to not acknowledge, to disengage and not defend that, and have this vague general identity of being some lost people from Africa, have this very universal open door lineage, like we're just the extras of Africa. That's literally how they treat us, like we're the extras of Africa. And what we're saying is we're not. That's not us not acknowledging our identity, but it's them who've been attacking our identity. That's them.
My mantra. Secondly, that continent belonged to me long before, for millions of years before I came here. I'm not leaving that wealth in the hands of nobody or allowing the cracker to come back and take the part we've taken away from them. That is simple logic and my political position.
Understood. And there was a second clip of you talking. They pulled a clip of you on 125th Street, and you were talking to Sinetta about continental Africans, and you seemed to be upset about some things. And so could you give us some context, because people are, they're saying that you contradicted yourself there as well. So could you give us some context?
First of all, I, like anybody else, can criticize brothers and sisters from here, from the Caribbean, from Central South America, from Africa, if I think the criticism is warranted. If they don't think the criticism is warranted, then they should respond to that. that day I was walking across 125th Street.
Now listen to this. Listen to this, y'all.
You said about 2012, 2013. Didn't you say about that?
It's a long time ago. I know I was coming from St. Louis, and this is after Brother Brown had been killed. Some brothers had called a rally out there. And anyway, I'm walking across. Brother Jack is there, Brother Sarnetta, but there's a number of things going on. What had happened on 125th Street for the last few weeks leading up to that is the policeman was snatching the products of primarily the young African-American teens, selling their socks, their sneakers, and their tapes, throwing them in garbage bag, taking them away because they didn't have vendor's license. Some of the brothers from the continent had vendor's license, some didn't. But Jack was trying to get a meeting at the National Black Theater of all of the merchants so they would band together and fight to support the brothers who was getting their products taken away. Well, the brothers from the continent just went numb to that. So I got pissed about that. They didn't want to go to the meeting. They didn't seem to want to unite. I wasn't even asked to do that. I took that upon myself to just kick their asses. That's what that was about. And I didn't, the things that I said was not non-truth. I said it very rude and very brutal, but almost everything I said was an accuracy, right? But it wasn't meant to malign the brothers. It was meant to criticize them. How dare can you stand here, right, and do business when your brothers, whose country you're in, is being snatched up and their products being taken away? And that's what that was a response to. And
then you said in that video you also criticized Black Americans as well, right?
The video is an hour and a half long.
Now, this is another contradiction, and we called this out the other day. Okay, let me be abundantly clear. This is also another contradiction because in the video that he had with the Tether, the interview he had with the Tether, he was sitting up here making it seem like, well, you can't blame the Africans because they don't know our history, so you can't blame them for not engaging in the fight because we don't know our history. That's what he said, quote unquote. We don't know our history, therefore we can't get mad that they don't know our history. So when they're coming over here not being helpful, how can we be upset if they don't even know? Now, he just expressed that it was a situation where they were given, and this is what we've been saying, they're given preferential treatment by the dominant society, and he wants to round people up and unify, and they say, hey, I'm not involved in this. This ain't got nothing to do with me, which is what we're calling out. And then you call them out, which is no different from what we've been doing. You said nothing any different from what we've been saying. So the fact that you're getting up here making it seem like we're pushing division is very hypocritical because you said you were saying the same. You were standing on Lineage Business at that time. And I'm going to tell you why he switched. But you were standing on Lineage Business at that particular time. Now, which is exactly what we're saying. Exactly. And you acknowledge the fact that they knew that there was a struggle going on and they opted out because they have seen themselves as different. They saw it as your problem, not mine. They didn't see us as together and unified and we all got to fight this cause together. They saw it as that's your problem. I'm not trying to get involved in that. I'm going to stay out of this. That's what they said. That's what they did. And then we call that out and now you're getting mad at us as if we're doing something wrong, as if we're breaking up the unity that with that example proves didn't exist. But let's continue.
I praise Black women. I talk about Pan-Africanism. I talk about nationalism. I talk about economic politics, and all of that's in the video. But somebody took that little 2 minutes. This isn't the first time it was done. This time it happened to be done by a young brother who I know, who's a spokesperson in the community of Foundation of Black America. He told me he put it out there a few weeks ago. But he said he didn't mean no malice by it. By then, I was already pissed off. But it had surfaced 4 years ago when I'm sitting, the same clip. I'm sitting in Ghana trying to negotiate an $800,000 buy-in to our hotel, right? When somebody circulated that clip that morning. The buyer walked out and said they would never have anything to do with me ever again and pulled his $800,000 off the table. So I was like, who did that clip? So this time it surfaced the day before the government of Ghana was giving me their highest award for tourism. And I go like, this don't look right. One time it happened, not happening again. And then when I saw the banner on the bottom where it came from, I responded to that banner. They know why I responded to that.
Do you see it? That's what happened. That's what happened. So it wasn't about you really disagreeing and this just goes against your core principles. I can believe, I can respect even if I disagree somebody who stands on their own principles, but that's not what happened. What happened was that clip started surfacing and that messed up your bag. You were in Africa, in Ghana, trying to make a bag. And before we even get to that, if they saw that clip, which you still stand by, you're not even taking it back. If they saw that clip and they said, I don't want to have anything to do with you with all of the work that you're doing in Africa, you shouldn't even be doing business with them like that. No way, if you're still standing on that. But it messed up your bag, and that's the problem. And it is very kind of, it's a lack of integrity, I would say. Because if you're still going to stand by that, how are you going to get mad when that surfaces? Do you not want Africa to know you feel that way? Because it's not like that was taken out of context. You're still saying that you agreed with that. And if they were going to give you $800,000 and then they pulled out because of a 2-minute clip, are those people that you really want to do long-term business with like that anyway? Because it's not like you preach their destruction or you demonize them, or you condoned any harm towards them. If Africa damn near pulled out of a $1 million deal or whatever the case is because of a 2-minute clip, that's not somebody you should be doing business with, no way. If you got to kiss their ass and act like they do no wrong, we don't need to be doing business with them like that, no way. As a matter of a fact, that business that you're doing can be done here. Because as Foundational Black Americans, we don't operate like that. We don't get in our feelings. See, and that's their problem. They're very emotional. They get whoever it was getting his feelings and damn near mess up $1 million bag. And now you're in your feelings because the bag's been cut off. But the thing is, the bag's been cut off because of what you said. It was what you said. It's not, we didn't put words in your mouth. It's what you said. And now you're mad at the whole movement because what you said is coming back because you switching up now. Because now the African bag is not for delineation. Now you trying to water down what you said, or you trying to keep that in this little vault on the side while you making these deals, kind of being two-faced a little bit, acting like you're this super pro Pan-African and you love them with no criticism. But you actually do have criticism. So what you feel for real is not what you're showcasing in Ghana. And then what you feel for real when that was expressed in Ghana, when Ghana realized that they wanted to close the door on you. And you knew that they were going to do that. So that's why you kept your feelings, whether they're true or untrue, in a vault. Because you knew it was legitimate. And you knew they didn't appreciate that. Which means that you're doing business with somebody who doesn't really appreciate what you are or true Pan-Africanism. And then you get mad at us and say that we're cowards, which is what you said. That's what you said. Those are the words you said, that we're cowards and we're co-opted and we're angry and we don't know what we're doing and we're ahistorical. That's what you said to us because you were mad that some tethers closed some business down. And let me say something about the Ghana business stuff. Let me say that. Let me say something. And I want to get this off the screen. And I want to ask y'all a serious question. Let's say what he said was absolutely true. Do you think, yes or no, just yes or no, do you think Ghana, the government of Ghana or a business person in Ghana would have completely canceled a $800,000 deal for a 2-minute clip on the internet, a 2-minute video, if Professor Small was white? That's just a yes or no. That's just a yes or no. Because it seems as if Ghana and the rest of the continent of Africa, y'all don't mind doing deals with Europeans and y'all don't mind doing deals with white people all the time. I've never heard of, well, I can't believe you had this video out here. I'm closing this $1 million deal. Y'all see no evil, hear no evil. Oh, that was taken out of context. Do you think that they would have closed a $800,000 deal if Professor Small was Asian? Because Asians coming over here, over to Africa, just having their way with the continent. Europeans coming over to Africa just having their way with the continent. You got a Foundational Black American who's actually doing some business with y'all, and y'all want to close the deal. Y'all want to get real cherry picky then. Y'all want to get nitpicky then. Y'all want to start canceling deals then. And then y'all wonder why people don't want to do business with y'all. Because all of the leeway and all of the stuff, what you just did, what you just expressed just proves why we can't be doing business with them. how willing they are to cancel the deal, how reluctant they are to even make a deal or make an exchange or have an olive branch, this two-way street. How reluctant they are. And the same reluctance that they express with us, they don't have for Europeans. The same reluctance that they were expressed with us, they don't have with Asians or any non-black people. So what you did just actually verified our stance here. And while we don't even need to be focusing on the geopolitics until we get our house together. Truth be told. Let's continue. A lot of people saying, no, I don't think so either. I don't think if Professor Small was white, I don't think Ghana would have canceled that deal, personally.
They know who circulated that clip. If they didn't mean no malice, I could accept that. Well, it's happening only when I'm about to have something going on in Africa. And I go like, wow, that looks like COINTELPRO to me. I didn't know who it came from at that point.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Myself constantly, when I do certain things are happening. Now, let me give some background, because most of the young people don't know who I am. First of all, this professor shit, don't get it confused. And I'm not going to be harsh, but I just want don't get it confused. I don't have a master's degree. I don't have a PhD degree, except 2 honorary PhD that black universities gave me. All right. I'm a professor legally because I taught a professor's load as an adjunct in a Black Studies department that I helped to found, create, and write the curriculum for. The biggest in the country at City University.
Teach.
Okay? And so they can understand I don't come from the system. When I left that system, I didn't walk away with a penny retirement because they wouldn't let me buy into their system because I fought the system. All right. So people need to understand clearly. They don't even have a clue who I am. One brother said, well, I never saw him in California. Well, he's need to call Orange County 77th Precinct and find out why me and Malcolm's sister was beaten down, thrown in ditches, thrown in jail in 1970 when he was crawling around not knowing how to even say black. Or the same brother said, well, he wasn't in Chicago. I never seen him. Well, I think I helped to put together at least 2 conferences in Chicago on reparations. Testified twice before the Chicago City Council to produce the ordinance that Dorothy Tillman had produced that made every corporation in Chicago told where they got their parent money from, which was slavery, before they could do business in Chicago. So he needs to check his little record and check his history. So I just want to let people know I got background. I come out of a movement. Now, whether I even if I didn't explain what I tried to explain clearly enough, there's some people who know me well enough to know damn well what I meant.
Sure.
They knew exactly what I meant. And then maybe some young people got confused because they only saw these clips and think, oh, wow, this guy is doing that. But I just want to tell those young people, I love you. I spent my whole life prepared to die for you.
65 years.
FBA,
65 years.
Foundation of Black American, African American. I've always been a soldier. I've never led any organization except the mosque. I've been a soldier and didn't mind soldiering on other people. Most of my leaders were women. And I soldiered under them with respect. And I've never...
And when you talk about the work you're doing for reparations, what you're doing for reparations right now is not beneficial. Because when we're saying that we need to disaggregate data and we need to delineate socially, what you're doing right now is saying that we're all African, which is actually moving backwards to where the movement is going. So even if all of that stuff, and I'm going to give it to him, even if all of that stuff was 100% accurate, he's moving backwards now, which is the point.
Backed away, I'm married to the same sister for 54 years. I've raised all my children in the Black community. All of them are servicing their community. Every one. If I saw one of them that I thought was not giving service to African American people or African people, they would have the same issue with me anybody else would have.
Okay.
But my whole point for coming on today is to let my young people know I am not your enemy. I am not against you. I would die before I fight against you. But you can't take away my right to criticize you if I see you doing something wrong.
Exactly.
Anything that fosters the division of African peoples is something wrong. We have an enemy that has spent the entire time we've been with them with divide and conquer on every level. And we cannot feed into that. That is just not right.
Right.
But my love for you.
No. And when no. You should be able to I criticize foundational Black Americans all the time. I'm not perfect. None of us are perfect. And there are foundational Black Americans who will sell us out instantly. And I get on them 100%, unapologetically. I don't spare them at all. I don't spare the rod on them at whatsoever. Criticizing is one thing. That's not what you did. You called the movement a COINTELPRO, and you said the movement was compromised. You called us cowards. That's beyond criticizing the way we do things. You said you called us cowards and called us uneducated, all right? And it implied that this was a movement where we're being paid. It's not like, you're going in this way and, I just really don't agree with this method. I don't agree with that strategy. I think that you guys are taking it too far. You said that the State Department is paying foundational Black Americans, and you alluded that there was some money involved. there was some dark money involved in what we're doing, in the movement that we're doing. You did not say the same thing for Africa, who does not unify. Africa just canceled their unification with you. Why are you not mad at Africa? Huh? Are you not mad at Africa for canceling their unification? That's some Pan-Africanism. That you're mad at us. Africa's the one who canned. Africa's the one who bailed. Africa's the one who cut the deal and left and abandoned it. That's some Pan-Africanism, but you getting mad at us and you saying that we're the ones getting paid. You're saying that we're the cowards when they're making deals with you. You've been having these back to Africa trips for years and years now, and they were going to give you an award, and they said there's a 2-minute video and it rubbed me the wrong way, so cancel all of it. And that's the Pan-Africanism that you're saying that we need to sit there and shut up about because you're making a bag. That's why. That's why. You want to talk about this division. Why are you not talking about the people who don't want to be unified? You're getting mad at the people who wanted unification more than anything else. And now we're saying, okay, all right, we're done with that. And you're getting mad that we're leaving the ship, a ship that they never stepped foot on. They never stepped foot on this ship. They looked at it and said, ugh, I'm not getting on that at all. They looked it up and down and said, hell no, hell no. Oh, hell no. And we've been sent up there damn near dragging people, kicking and screaming. Is what we've been doing. And trying to convince people and make people get on board. And they said, I don't want to get on board with that. You just expressed that with the situation with 2012, 2013, with the Africans who did not want to help and unify to defend the Foundation Black American vendors who were being robbed by the police. He just expressed that, which is what the original clip was about. In the first place, this is a ship they never wanted to be on. They never wanted to be on part of this. And anything you do with Africa is 100% transactional. As far as the continent is concerned and business is concerned. Oh, they making a bag out of everything. They don't do that stuff out of the kindness of their heart, out of the love for African descended people, out of the love for Pan-Africanism. Oh no, it's straight business. It's cold-blooded business. And they do business with us like they don't like us anyway. So now we saying, okay, well, if y'all not gonna get on board, then let's just get off this ship. This ship is sinking. We all gonna get off this ship. You getting mad at us? The only people who've been on the ship, the people who created the ship, and you're not getting mad at the people who've been literally poking holes in it the whole time, who refuse to get on board? Who's not on board in Africa, by the way, or the Caribbean, by the way? But we the problem. We're the cowards, is what he said. Okay. All right. I'm going to get to y'all super chats in a minute, and I appreciate y'all.
You, FBA, I would die for FBA. I am just as FBA as you. In some way, more than most. Because you don't know
That is not what you said. You said that you are not FBA at all, and you do not want to be associated with FBA. You said that several times. You've distanced yourself from FBA several times. Now you're saying, I'm more FBA than anybody else. Really? Okay.
Genetic history. And I can take you to the grave of my Chicora ancestors in South Carolina. I can take you to my Walker-Moore ancestors. I can take you to Sandy Island to see my PD ancestors, as well as my African. And when I did my DNA, I was shocked. I only had 3% Native Americans. I had 3% Irish. That's old shit. But everything else is African. And I dare to ask anyone, go take your DNA. There's not a single one of you that would have any less than 75% African genes. All right? And our genes are superior to any other group of deficient genes in the world. So let's at least have a decent discussion on reality. We're in a race war. And we don't need to be at war with one another.
That's right.
Fight anybody in my community, because I'm not at war with you. I'm at war with the people in Washington. I'm at the war with the people in England. I'm at the war with the people in Russia. I'm even at war with the people in China, because I know what they've got in mind for me and my people.
Hey, Professor, another thing, and I want you, because this is continuing in the vein of what you're talking about, when you mention your work, because it's this misconception that you do more work and you're more worried about continental Africans than you are over your people here. And then it's also this misconception that, you're worried about them over there more because there's, you get notoriety over there and you're making a whole bunch of money over there. So your work is mainly over there as opposed to, locally, nationally, and internationally. So could you speak to the work that you are doing in Africa?
Yeah, we've done multiple things through the years. Remember, we've been doing this tour back and forth, me and Dr. Jeffries, Dr. Clark, myself, for almost 40 years. The one thing we never did was ever made a profit. Every profit penny we made went into taking a student or someone else that couldn't afford to go to Africa. Last year, the first time in 40 years, I made some money off of a trip. What we would take, sometimes we would take 30, 40 duffel bags full of medical supplies, break them down and give them to smaller clinics. We helped to build well in the countryside where poor people those kids had to walk miles to get water from a river. You know, that has been the kind of work we did. And we own a hotel over there. I hear people say, I own a hotel. No, guess what? 80 of us put our money in that pot. 80 of us own a hotel. And we didn't buy a hotel from any white man. We bought a hotel from a black chief who built it from scratch. All right. And so they can understand that. And we never stay in any facility that's not owned by African peoples, either African Americans who have settled there or Africans who live there. Ever. That's been our policy. Ever.
Y'all know me. I don't be pocket watching. I'm not trying to pocket watch. I'm really not, and I don't care. You can make your money how you make your money. Don't hurt the movement. Make your money however you make your money. Don't hurt our movement. That's what I have an issue with. But you built a hotel. I'm just because the dots just may not be connecting for me. So I'm asking, you don't make any money off that hotel? You don't make any money. You haven't made he hasn't made a dime since last year. You're not making any money off that hotel? Okay. Were you going to make money with this deal that you were going to make? Like, okay. I'm not pocket watching. I'm just asking a question. I'm just, okay. Because that seems like a waste of time if you're having a whole hotel and you're not making any type of money off. I'm not saying you don't donate out of the kindness of your heart, but you're saying that you bought a hotel and yet that was built from the ground up. And okay, all right. Is there a plan in the future to get money from this hotel? Like, okay, all right. All right. Because it seems as if if it has not been money being made yet, you have plans to make money. Because there has to be some type of plans to make money. I guarantee you the hotel is not free. Is the hotel free? Just anybody walk in there and book a room? I doubt that's the case. Hotels don't work like that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a hotel. It'd be a shelter. You didn't say a shelter. You said a hotel. So you're planning on making money, assuming that you haven't made a dime yet. But we're just taking you at your word for that. But don't lie. Don't do that now. Don't make it seem like, well, everything I've done is out the kindness of my heart, and I don't even want no money. Come on now. You ain't even. Come on now.
So you don't make a whole bunch of profit going back and forth to Africa and build no profit.
Sometimes
Okay.
I've gone to Africa, sister, with $10 in my pocket. You understand? Because I know I got people who can give me some food. I'm gonna go to Baba Cohane at Mabel Sable. I got an adopted family over there. My daughter Barbara is a member of Parliament. All right, Barbara Asher AC, look her up. You know, I go to their house. I sleep there. I sleep with my son Junior's at Junior's house. I've got family there. All right, I got grandkids there. Okay, and so, but I have family and grandkids here. I fought in the struggle over here in ways the critics can't imagine. I fought with Zaire Secor. That's the brother who was killed on the turnpike with Asada. I helped when Asada had been released. I helped protect that person when they were released, firsthand, up front. All those other talking heads, I didn't see them. Y'all weren't out there gunslinging. I laid on the floor in LAX on my gut with a shotgun in my hand and a pistol in my hand, fending off LAPD. You weren't there. Me and Ella and them was saved, Ella being the sister of Malcolm X, by the help of Yasser Arafat interfering through the federal government, asked them not to kill us. I didn't see you. I just busted on Telegraph Avenue with Roy Ballard and Nasser Shabazz and Ella Collins and Huey and them who was waiting for us at the Black House, jumped in their cars and ran away. The person who was criticizing of California didn't come to my aid. And that one was in 1968, the Afro-American Association. I lived in California during that period. That's how I met Dr. Maulana Karanga. He was a part of that organization. We'd meet at this little church in Oakland, and we were putting together things that you now can't even imagine about struggle. You weren't there. I didn't spend my years out there playing. I don't even talk about the stuff I've done in the struggle, because that's my job. As a black man, that's my job. At City College, Leonard Jeffries and myself and the comrades and the Sons of Africa, Brother Reggie and them, we saw thousands upon thousands upon thousands of our people come through with degrees that they would not have gotten if we were not in control for the 20 years we were in control before the Zionists ousted us, with the help of our own brothers and sisters who couldn't hold nothing together that we put together after we got ousted. But that's okay. That's the way war works. You win some battle, you lose some.
You lose some. So, Professor, so just as much work as you've done in Africa, you've done that
more
right here on this land.
I've done more in Africa, but I've done most of my work for my people here. I'm not even talking about the work I've done in Jamaica, up in the mountains with the Maroons. I'm not going to talk about the work I've done in Trinidad or what I've done in Grenada or Carriacou. I don't have to talk about any of those. I knew Maurice Bishop. Me and Winston was going there to set up his continuing education program, Modem, and he got killed 2 weeks before we were to arrive in the country. So people who don't understand, I don't have to tell you that. I'm telling you whether you like it or not, FBA, I love you. And there ain't nothing you can do about that. FBA, I understand you. I know who you are. You were exactly me a few years ago, struggling to find my identity and get it right. I support you. All right. If what I said disturbed
even with that, even with that, and I let it play. With that, the whole we're struggling to find identity, and we're not. I'm not struggling to find my identity. I know who I am. If you know who you are, put the 100 emoji in the chat room. Let's let it be clear. We're not no pretendians, nor do we have an identity crisis, which is what you alluded to. And it's kind of interesting because you just said that you were doing it before Dr. Claude Anderson. That before Dr. Claude Anderson, that you were trying to create distinctive terms to separate us as our own lineage and ethnic group outside of the continent of Africa. And now you're saying that because we're doing it, we don't know who we are, or we're trying to find our identity. No, we're not trying to find our identity. Why that backhanded compliment thing? I know who I am. We know who we are. All of that, y'all really don't know who you are. That's that African stuff that they be saying. And to be very honest with you, they can't even truly trace where they're from, for real. Especially not past the Berlin Conference, for real. Not like that. A lot of them can't do that. We can trace where we're from going back much farther than they can. But we're the ones with the identity crisis.
Because other people took it out of context, they could have let you saw the whole tape. Any one of those tapes, see the whole tape. Even the one on 125th Street, where I'm castigating the brothers from the continent. I'm also kicking us in the behind too for our behavior. And then I'm also praising both of them and talking about Pan-Africanism and praising our women. All of that is on that tape. So go watch the whole tape.
Yeah,
you
absolutely. No, absolutely.
That's the whole thing I did with the young man from Kenya. And I made this young man to make sure he didn't chop things and cut things. I made him send me the raw footage of what he did. And I got all of that.
No, but Professor James Paul, I want to give Ankh and Dr. Asar a chance to get in and ask some questions that may be pressing, some questions that are on your heart. Starting with you, Brother Ankh. It seems like something on your mind, brother.
Yeah. It's a very interesting situation.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you have earned the right to critique us.
Absolutely.
It's not too many people I listen to. I think they all flaming pseudos. And some of your partners, I just think they pseudos are out of order completely. And it's things that you say that I say that's out of order. But it was one thing you said to me, three things. You said, God damn, you stand on my shoulders. You can see it, I can't see it.
He said the same thing to me.
You gotta call me and talk to me about it. So we done had our fights on the phone. And I'm like, come on, man, that's not what it is. And back and forth, you hear me. But it's the elegance and grace.
That's right.
That's why I tried to get your own damn YouTube channel so you wouldn't have to be like that. Well, you can tell them kiss your ass if you need to be.
That's right.
Right? Because you stood up. I seen it. I know who first motivated me when I picked up lectures. I know who had the locks and the African in the background, the drums going. I said, what the hell is this? I know what motivated me. I heard you say, man, I'm a person from Africa thinking they more African. I heard you say, wait a minute. I'm not an African because I was born in Africa. I'm an African because it was born in me. And then when I went too far to the African side, I heard you say, well, hold on, brother. You need to don't let them take America from you, brother. This was 20 years ago. And then I understood there's a healthy blend and mix that needs to happen. Right? You struggle to be an African American and you struggle never to lose your Africanness. That's a hell of a blend. And I'm saying we just use science literacy to put that healthy blend together. See, we got it. I know what you're saying, but it's a wild day when people who are completely out of order with their information, right? Try to tell you that you can't say, I think you're a CIA agent. I know what the hell you meant. You're saying the pure divisiveness that you're causing by calling people tethers, by saying all kind of wild stuff, by mischaracterizing Pan-Africanists and telling the new people who come into this thing that they shouldn't love Africa or should not connect with the people. That's CIA agent. I get it. He wasn't literally saying he was that. He was just saying the information that you're putting forth is the same thing they did in the 60s. And you're the only one that was back there then. You've seen it. You've seen the mess that was caused by the government. And it's the documentations. You've given me the documentation before. Everybody listening to this program know it is clear documentations that he put a wedge in between us. All you saying is, I don't want that to happen. And then in the next sentence, you was like, I don't think he's that. Now, how could you say both? Because it's an African teaching style. You're bringing out the behaviors. You're teaching, you're storytelling. And then you explain how I think it was the government, not him. So, but listen, you dealing with TikTok, YouTube, short attention span people. who are not as educated as you are.
That's a fact.
Right? And you know why? Because they don't follow the steps. See, they want it all at once. I was forced to follow the steps, bro. You was like, hold on. You don't know that. Hold on. You made me sit there and hear what you were saying. You made me have conversations. You talked to me. You let me, and when it was time to let me go, you let me go. They're not doing that now. You got a group of people saying, Tariq is not the leader. Wait a minute, bro. We're not saying that your name was signed on a piece of paper to leader. We're saying your actions, the way you command the crowd, the way you bring people in, right, clearly shows that you're the head of something. And that is responsibility. It's not responsible to always say, I'm not the leader. That would not be true. Fundamentally, that would not be true. So I can't sugarcoat none of this. There's a point, though. They got us all into trouble. Not me, because I stood on it. And it's that fake acting like we're in America first. I can't cut no costs. I can't do it.
Now I got to wheel you back in because I want to keep this
I'm freezing. I'm done. I said it. It's that point that FBA or African Americans claim that they're in America first. And I'm saying that pseudo information and misinformation. And I'm going to play the clips and we're going to get into it. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Said a lot, didn't he? Let me get this off the screen. Give y'all a breather. I like to give y'all a breather sometimes. Okay, said a lot. No, technically that's not what he said. That is technically what he said. And we're not dumb, nor are we children. Yeah, he's older than us, he is, but we're not dumb and he's not children, because he didn't imply that the methods and we might be falling in line with some of the things that the CIA used to do. That's not what he said. He specifically said that we need to find out who is paying FBA. That's what he said. And that we need to understand that the State Department pays in order to keep division, and who is paying FBA. He didn't say, oh no, Tariq is not an agent. First off, the tether dude didn't even bring Tariq's name up. And in that sense, Professor Small brought Tariq's name up. Professor Small named Tariq a few times. Talked about the way you beat Tariq is with knowledge, and Tariq really don't know that much. And I'm not saying that Tariq is compromised. I don't know. He didn't say Tariq was not compromised. He implied it by saying that it's a possibility. He did say that multiple times, and he leaned towards the fact that it is a positive that Tariq was compromised. That's what he leaned towards, but he didn't step all the way in that. Now he's backtracking and being all like, I don't know where people are making it seem like I ever said anything of the sort. That's what you did. And we're not children. We're not slow. We're not dumb. We saw that clip. We played that clip back a few times, and it's not, and I repeat, it's not the first time you did it. The first time you did it, people was like, whoa, what are you doing? And it's super damaging, because what you had is a whole bunch of tethers, a whole bunch of Pan-Africanists. They took what you said, what Professor Small said, and they blew that up on YouTube. Professor Small calls Tariq an agent. It wasn't even us who was saying that. It was the tethers who used Professor Small's clip and said, Professor Small calls Tariq an agent. Professor Smalls calls FBA COINTELPRO. Go on YouTube. Don't even take my word for it. It's up on YouTube. Y'all on YouTube right now if you're watching this. You can look up Professor Small FBA and you will see a whole bunch of tethers using Professor Small. He just checked FBA. Professor Smalls calls FBA COINTELPRO. Professor Smalls call FBA cowards. Professor Small call FBA dumb. And they're taking your clip and they're saying that disparaging against this movement. And then when we push back because that hurts the movement and that kills the morale of the movement, now you're saying, well, I never said anything like that. No, you're damaging the movement. You are. What you said was very op-like. What you said was very shady and immature, especially considering the fact that if you disagreed so much, you could have called Tariq. And that's what I said the first time you did it the first time. I said that the first time. And then this dude is going to get out, yeah, you have a right to critique. You critique us by saying that we're agents. When you imply somebody is an agent, when you imply that the United States government has you on an assignment to infiltrate the movement, that's a little bit more than a critique. That's beyond a critique. A critique is literally critiquing somebody's flaws or their methodologies and things of the sort. That's a critique. A critique is not implying that somebody's being paid by the government to sow seeds of division and confusion. A critique is not saying that we have an identity crisis. It's not a critique, y'all. It's not a critique. I'm gonna play a little bit more. because then I want to get to that. Because he jumps off, Professor Small jumps off, and then it's just them three for a minute.
You don't got to will me in, Doc.
Yeah, I just said, yeah, I just want to.
Did we not have a fight over, Doc? Me and you fought for weeks over conversations before you put out your mail track episode. And I'm saying, if you, a sister, can do it, then the rest of them can do it too.
Now with you.
I don't know why his camera is going up and down. His camera's like literally moving up and down. Maybe he has one of those motion sensor cameras. I don't know why, because his thing was not doing that before. But the guy in the blue, his camera keeps going up, and I don't know what that is. Why it's doing that. And I know people who have motion sensor cameras. He's sitting in the same spot, but the camera keeps moving up. At first I thought somebody was holding the camera, but it just keeps, every time he talks, moving up and down. It's weird.
Just want to keep this on.
I just want to get it.
I hear what you're saying. I just want to
get off ahead.
I understand, but I want to keep this focused on people understanding and giving context. I understand what you feel like is pseudo and it's misinformation, disinformation, but I want to keep this solely right now about clear.
When you said that the point he made, it's pseudoscience when we talk about how we were here before Columbus. And that's interesting because Professor Small, he's acknowledged several times that what you would call black people, African people, Negro people, who you want to call black, were here before Columbus. Professor Small has acknowledged that several times. Now this dude is trying to defend him by saying that's pseudoscience because he wants us to be he wants us to be extras of Africa. And in order for us to be the extras of Africa, to fall in line with being subordinate to them in the continent, you have to make it seem as if we were not here before Columbus, which is ahistorical, which we know for a scientific fact is not the truth.
Bring up whatever misinformation or disinformation is out there about Professor James Small. That's what I want to keep this focused on. Dr. Assad, do you have any questions for Professor James Small regarding this situation?
Yeah, I like that. So peace and power, Professor Smalls. Peace. I'm brother Dr. Dennis Saul Winkler here in Baltimore. You've been to the center about 3 times with Brother Jabari at TNAT.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I have a question, and it's more of a framing of things. And I'm saying it in the chat today. Is this idea that Pan-Africanists are one-sided, and I don't know where that's coming from. Because most of the people I hear, including yourself and Dr. Maya, many people saying, I can understand why, identifying one lineage here in America is essential, it's also, we can't deny our Africanity or African lineage. So my question is, Dr. Small, can you clarify something for us? Two people can say the same critique, but one speaks from unity and the other speak from separation. Can you explain?
No, the reason why people say that Pan-Africanists are one-sided is not because you acknowledge African heritage or African lineage or bloodline. It's not because of that. There's a lot of foundational Black Americans who acknowledge an African bloodline. I mean, let's be honest. Is pretty much everybody in the world, if we're going to go that way, if we're using that argument, has some African bloodline. If you take anybody in the world and you test their DNA, you will find a trace of an African bloodline. That's not what people are saying that. No, it's not. You're being very disingenuous. People are saying you're one-sided because your quote-unquote critique of the continent is very passive. You give a very passive critique, because when you critique the continent, you critique them and say, well, you got to understand that they don't know our history, but we don't know our history. You got to understand they don't know. It's always they don't know, and always giving them a rationale, always giving them an escape and an excuse. Now, when you critique us, we're cowards, we're dumb, we don't know who we are, or we're COINTELPRO. This is what we get called by the same professors, by the same educators, by the same activists who are Pan-Africanists. Oh, we CIA agents who are here to destroy Black people. We're insecure and we hate ourselves and we don't know who we are and we're so uneducated and unread. We're bigots and we're just mad and bitter at the world and all of this stuff. That's what we get called. When they do the same thing that you say that you don't like that we do, well, you have to understand. They don't know what we know. And it's our responsibility to help them. That's what Professor Small said. Professor Small said that the onus is on us for not doing more to set up opportunities for them coming over here. Remember he said that? He said that we should take more responsibility in setting up economic opportunities for them who come over here. And we can't get mad that they side with the white man because the white man gives them opportunities. That's what he said. So when they sell out and when they are shucking and jiving and tap dancing and being shills for the dominant society, they get an excuse by the Pan-Africanists. But when we say something disparaging, or when we say, not even disparaging, when we say something unfavorable about the continent or people from the continent, we're agents of the white man to destroy black people. Or we hate ourselves, either one of the two. That's why people say Pan-Africanists are one-sided. That's why.
Explain how the intent behind the critique changes the meaning, even if the words sound the same. If you follow me, I'm basically saying that there's been this argument and debate around this idea that, you know, you're saying the same thing that they say, but I think that, yeah, you say the same thing, but they're not making room for this and part. Like, and from an African Center standpoint, it's a both and. So the and part is I can be FBA, I can critique my brothers and sisters from the continent here in America, wherever, but at the same time, I'm doing it from a place of in the family love, not as a separatist.
Right, and that's the clarity.
Yes.
When I criticize FBA, which I haven't done as extremely as they've said, that's you know, I'm the, what do you say? I'm then the enemy. When I criticize the brothers and sisters from home, then they said I'm a hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
And I use Africa as home because I lived there millions of years before I lived here. Mm-hmm. And so people can understand that I teach spirituality from an African sacred science perspective. I have always existed. When I die out of this body, I will still exist. That's our science. That's the science of the universe, cosmos, ecology. But to come back to Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanism, which is a phenomenon that grew out of the Caribbean and the United States and then into Africa, is about the unification of African people after the disunification of African people due to slavery. Okay. Slavery disunited us, tore us from our home, from our families, from everything, from our culture, but we never lost everything. We always retained some things. If you go back to the 1770s, Prince Hall Freemasons called themselves the Free African Lodge. If you go to 1749, in Georgia and South Carolina, the black people there called themselves the African Baptist Church, which became the Black or the Baptist Southern Baptist Conference. That thing started in 1749. That's the African Baptist Church. In Philadelphia in the 1700s, we called ourselves the African Methodist Church. We never forgot we were Africans. And we always use it to identify our institutions. In 1892, T. Thomas Fortune called the organization he founded the Afro-American League. This is before Malcolm X was born. Martin Delany, before the Civil War, went back to Nigeria to a place called Abeokuta, where his grandfather was from, and organized what it was called the Niger Valley Association. And they gave him enough land to bring all of us back home and sent him here to bring all of us back home. But everybody, some people wanted to go, some didn't want to go. In the founding of Liberia, we didn't go there and take the land away from some other Africans. And there was some white folks who got together initially and then got with some black folks that found the American Colonization Society to try to figure a way, how do we get the free blacks out of this country? Because they're fostering rebellion by the enslaved blacks. So let's get them out. And the get out was to buy the swamplands in what is now Liberia, where those people established a nation there and brought the indigenous population who had been involved, some of them in the slave trade, into that new nation. And I've criticized all of this stuff. People need to study history and understand it's not a contradiction. It looks like you're going up and down. It's because I don't side with nobody black. I side with everybody black. And all of us, including me, have a contradiction. I have contradictions. I'm growing, I'm learning, I'm trying to put it together. But my intention, all content must have intent. You taught us that. All content must have intent. My intention is to show love and unity through understanding and analyzing our contradictions. Right? And so if I don't get it verbally right, then understand if you want to kick my behind, do it. I'm not running. The demon rats that run this country will tell you the one dude that they can tell you ain't running is me. Okay? And the one dude they can't put no money in his hands is me. I walked away from the most.
And I think that's good. I think that's good. We're going to wrap that up right there. And I want you to get to that point. I wanted us to get to that point before we opened up the phone lines. I'm going to get the super chats, then we're going to open up the phone lines. Or I'm going to open it up, have the callers call in as I get the super chats out the way. the whole, well, I'm learning and now whatever you believe spiritually, religiously, whatever the case is, okay, that's what your belief. I'm not here to change your spiritual belief. I'm not here to change a person's religious belief. Okay, that's not what this channel is about. That's not what we do. You can believe what you want to believe. You can believe that your spirit or your soul was here from Africa or whatever the case is. You can believe that, okay, as long as your belief does not inflict with the movement. Believe what you want to believe. I mean, I'm not the damn president or the leader or anything like that. Go ahead, do that. My thing is what you said after that. The whole, I'm learning and I'm growing and I'm this and I'm that and I'm still, I might contradict here or there or whatever. Okay. But we've been here before. That's my issue. We've already been here. A few years ago, when you were saying this a few years ago, and we was all like, hey, professor, hold on, wait a second. And everybody came to try to educate you on what we're doing as foundational Black Americans, and what we're doing now is not different from what we were doing a few years ago. But now all of a sudden, now you're mad because you expressed earlier that the clips that you've made is starting to resurface and hurt your business prospects in Ghana. So it's not like you just disagree with the movement. You don't like the fact that that Africa doesn't like the movement. And that your connection to delineation is hurting Africa. Not even delineation, really. Your connection to criticizing Africa, or a clip of you criticizing Africa, is hurting the bag. Now you're sitting up here talking about, well, my intent is good. Don't you understand? My intent is pure. And I'm rooting for everybody, Black. And I love everybody just so much. You were saying we were cowards. This is not the energy that you had before. It's not. You were saying we were cowards. We have an identity crisis. We don't know who we are. We don't know anything about history. And then you implied multiple times that we were being paid by the State Department. And that Tariq in particular was not only being irresponsible and not only is not a real historian, which you said a few times, but you also said that Tariq there's a likelihood you opened the narrative, or you gave some air to the narrative and put it out there that there is a likelihood that Tariq is an operative, and that we're all operatives working to dismantle Black unity and Black power. That's what you did. And now you're coming up here all like, well, I make mistakes sometimes and I don't know and I'm still learning and my intent is good and don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stand on what you said. Don't do that. Oh, I do not like that. Don't do that. See, that's what that's what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna do that. Where now you're sitting up there acting like first off, you pretty much denied everything you said. And now you're sitting up there acting like we're taking your words out of context. Don't do that. Because that shows that you're not standing by what you said. Which shows that you're not sorry. If you're not going to stand by what you said, it proves that you're not really that sorry. And you don't take it back. Thank you for calling. So we're going to open up the phone lines, but I'm going to get to the super chats because y'all been really supportive. So let me acknowledge that real quick.
Enter your 6-digit PIN number. Welcome.
Okay, hold on. So the number, let me get this on the screen. The number is 949-381-0044. It's 949-381-0044. If you are a Pan-Africanist and you disagree, call up. Call up. And let's have a mature conversation about it. If you disagree, feel free to call up and we're gonna have it. We're gonna talk about it. I'm gonna get to these super chats real quick. My good brother Cyberdyne, I guess I gotta take the call thing off because you can't see it. My brother Cyberdyne, he says, New Black Media, be one black first to you, brother. See, we on Team Black, for real, for real. So I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much for that. Okay. James C says, Malcolm's kids rolling in his grave. What has taught Malcolm kids rolling in his grave. Malcolm's kids is rolling in his grave. Okay. What has taught me is that any man, woman can be bought. FBA. That's true, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but we can't rule it out that people operate in their own best interest. Even if that's not working for the government, what he just expressed is that he was working in his best interest, which was that hotel in Ghana. Okay. I would say, what's his name? T-Gas Ken says FBA all day. Thank you very much for that. FBA all day, for real, 100%. Okay. Maxwell says James Small is an older, not an elder. It's not really acting mature like Elder would. I would agree with that. FBA Justice says, I wonder why delineation in Tariq Nasheed bothers these four so much. It really does, okay? Professor Small was dead wrong, and I don't give a ish what he thinks. We aren't African. Yeah, that's true. And that was very disparaging, okay? Because they didn't even, that was very disparaging, but I'm going to let y'all go ahead. I ain't even going to be too long, all right? First Class Citizen says, he is disingenuous double taker. That's true. And hater. Yes, true. A hater. It's okay if he disagrees with delineation, but he should have stayed quiet. The fact that he initiated, sorry, I got to zoom into the thing because it's the screen, sorry. Initiated, that's true. He did initiate this. He did initiate this. That's very true. He did. He initiated this diatribe, shows us he was malicious with his intent. That is true. Because when you imply that somebody is an agent, imply that somebody is working for the government, that's malicious. You can't act like it's not, okay? Now, after this, we're going to get to super chats. Okay. Braveheart says, y'all remember now Ankh was once Nubian who followed under the creep Dr. Yoke, and the host Dr. Mayat is an op too. So we can't call these disrespectful folks tethers, but has a problem with them calling us Akata. I've never heard them call out the word Akata. I've never heard them do that. Many of these tethers, thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that. Many of these haters, of Tariq were put on by him. That's true. And owe their relevance to him. Interesting. That's true. That's true. And what was it? She was at the last FBA rally. She was at the last FBA rally. She was at both of the FBA rallies, and she was in multiple documentaries. Okay? And I'm going to be honest, I knew who Tariq was before I knew who she was, or Dr. Small for that matter. So a lot of their relevance actually is owed to Tariq. And Tariq ain't been out here trying to flex on that either. Let's get to the phone lines. Let's get you our first caller. Ooh, I'm glad you're first too.
Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. How you doing, Afro?
I'm good. This is Miss Nisi on the line. How you doing? Ooh, you called in first too. I knew you was ready.
I was praying the whole time because I want to say a quick prayer to set the stage for the fools who gonna call in. Most gracious Heavenly Father, first of all, we thank you for blessing us to see another day. Thank you, Jesus. Afro, my anointed king by the Most High. You stand firm. You stand strong. Your FBA family got you 100, baby. And let the church say amen.
Amen. Appreciate you, Auntie. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Love you too. All right. She was ready to get on that. She was the first one to call in. All right. Caller from area code 704. You're on live.
All right, Black Power. Thank you, Afro, for having me on the program this evening. And you're certainly a beacon of hope for many black people here in America. First of all, in reference to Dr. James Small, he has been a professor that has brought forth a lot of information pertaining to Black American history, African history. And when we speak of the word foundation, I think that needs to be defined a little bit more in depth, because there were many Africans that were brought here during the slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade, which was forced upon many African people brought in from West Africa and pretty much all over Africa. As a Pan-Africanist, I've been on the front line for dividing the gap between Black people who live here in the United States and our brothers and sisters over in Africa, which we all share some sort of common link. So when you speak about Foundation Black Americans, I think we also need to pay attention to who is Foundation White Americans. And in reference to the reparations movement, a lot of this argument hadn't come up until we started discussing the immigrants that have come here. And the fact is that the Black immigrant population here in America, they only consist of 8% of the Black American population. And we've challenged a lot of our energy towards these immigrants, which really doesn't have the power to make any decisions pertaining to reparations, where we should be going after the United States government as a part of our fight. We need to be going after corporations, and we need to be going after Foundation White America in reference to our fight, and which that has nothing to do with what the immigrants have come here. Most of them have come here to pursue a better life. Most of them have been here because of some type of political strife or atrocities that they've been experiencing in the nations and where they're from. And a lot of this fight deep between FBA and Black immigrants, it basically started last year because of a hair braiding situation between two Black women, one which happens to be Black American, the other which happens to be African. And for the pettiness that have evolved out of this conflict of interest, I think we could do much better. But I definitely think that we should be taking up our fight with those congressional people in Congress, and specifically stating that the Congressional Black Caucus, who's supposed to be on the front line for Black Americans when it comes to policy making, when it comes to addressing issues that affect the Black community. But we've been spending a lot of time fighting those individuals that do not have any type of power to make a difference within the Black community. But again, getting back to the FBA conversation,
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna ask you to land because I want to respond to what you were saying. So, and there's other speakers, so I'm gonna let you land so I can respond to it.
Go ahead, brother. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and land at this. With the FBA, I think many of us need to go into digging a little bit deeper to find out a little bit more about our ethnic background, because when you talk about Foundation Black American, Black is just a color. It doesn't make any sense that it has no attachment to an ethnic group or ethnogenealogy. And I think that's very important, and I'll land it right there.
Okay. Well, the thing is that if people don't like the term Black, okay, we're not even going to have that conversation right now. Whatever you believe is what you believe about that. But Black is a classified race of people, and we are under the classification of Black. So that is the reality that we live. Hold on, now come on, brother. You've been on for a good 5 minutes. That is the reality. So we are seen as Black people, and we do acknowledge being Black, and there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. It's a color. It can be a lot. It can be other things as well too. Now, when you say foundational white Americans are not foundational because they were not the foundation. When we say we're foundational, we do mean we are the foundation. Slave labor, whether the slaves were imported, which we do know there was a small percentage of, or whether they were indigenous, they were the group came together, or was forced together rather, to build America. So that is the reality of that. All right. Now, when you talk about we focus too much on the tethers, and we don't focus enough on the Europeans and the other people and the corporations and all that, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We do focus on the government, and we do focus on the Europeans and the dominant society. This is why the Democrats are losing right now, because we're refusing to participate in the voting process, or rather, we're refusing to save them in the voting process and go to the booth for them unless they put reparations on the ballot, and unless they advocate for reparations. You can ask Kamala Harris about that. You can ask all of these, not only Kamala Harris, you can ask Obama and all of the rest of the Democrats about foundational Black Americans, and how the couch, which is a result of us standing up for ourselves, is why the Democratic Party is crashing and burning right now. So it's the argument that is being made that we don't focus on anybody else, and we're super hyper fixated and really obsessed with the tethers and the small percentage of immigrants coming over is not true. Is disingenuous. The reason why that they are a problem is because they're the ones who will get pedestalized and selected by the dominant society to be an impediment towards reparations. I can pull up clips and receipts right now of several different Caribbeans and Africans, tethers, coming over here saying, well, I don't think that reparations would be really good for the community. It happened hundreds of years ago. You got political officials. I'm not talking about no tether online, no podcaster. I'm talking about sitting political officials who have immigrant backgrounds, who are kicking the can down the road for reparations. And this is something that, hold on, because this is something that Pan-Africanists say, but yet you don't see us doing that to CARICOM. You don't see us going to the CARICOM or the African Union and saying, well, as a Black person, I don't think that Africa deserves reparations. We don't do that. As a Black person, I don't see why Haiti deserves reparations. I don't see why Jamaica deserves reparations. Now, I'm not Jamaican, but I am Black, so I do have a right to speak on their issue. We don't do that. But we have them coming over here, getting selected by different task forces to be on reparations panels and committees and things of the sort, and they'll say, well, if we're going to give reparations, it's got to be for everybody. Otherwise, I'm voting no. That's what Brian Donalds quite literally said that. He quite literally said, because his parents are Panamanian and Jamaican, he's going to say no to reparations because he knows he's not going to get it. So we do have to acknowledge every avenue and every obstacle that we face. And if we're facing the obstacles of hold on, I'm almost done. If we're facing the obstacles of tethers, why should we overlook that? And that's my issue with Pan-Africanism. I would support, or I could give y'all credit for standing on business, but the fact is that y'all don't want to acknowledge the fact that Africans and Caribbeans, and nobody's even saying all, but y'all don't want to acknowledge that any of them cause any problems. So because you guys don't want to do that, that forces us to do it. And then when we do it, you want to criticize our methodology and you want to criticize how harsh we do it. Well, we're cleaning up a mess that you refuse to clean up. So however we clean it up is how we do it. That's where we are right now.
Well, I do understand that. And when you talk about FBA and Pan-Africanists and Black nationalists, I think all stand in solidarity. But for us as what we call ourselves Foundation Black Americans as well, why not branch off and form our own political party, and we can separate ourselves from the current parties in which we have committed ourselves to, such as the Democratic and the Republican Party. And there have been some Black nationalists that have created political parties for us to engage in. But and especially when you talk about the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa, was established by the Honorable Marcus Malcolm X and some other folks back in the 1960s. But we complain a lot about these parties that we're affiliated with. None has done anything for us. What would you say about separating ourselves and pulling ourselves as a collective group of people, forming our own political party, and we can then move towards more of a strategic agenda for getting things done that we need to have take place in this nation.
Okay.
Can you elaborate
And
on
I'm gonna
that?
be brief, and then we're gonna have to move on to another conversation. No, another caller, right? A lot of that is a lot easier said than done. Let's think about this. No ethnic group, literally, quite literally, there's not a single ethnic group in this country that has their own political party. Not one. Yet, and I want you to understand, no other community has to do that. Asians who are a very small percentage in America, much smaller than us, does not have their own political party. Yet they get tangibles from both political parties. Okay, both political parties give them bipartisan, tangible legislation. All right.
But they haven't gone through the same experience that Black America
hold
has.
on. The small hat community, and I'm not even saying that that's a bad idea, but I'm saying that we're doing something. I'm getting to a point. We're doing something that we don't necessarily have to do, because the small hat community, they make up a small percentage of American population. They don't have their own political party, yet both political parties do things for that community. So these communities are getting tangibles and getting legislation and benefits despite the fact that they don't have their own political party. So it's not like we're not getting anything because we don't have our own political party. It's the thing is that we need a power structure, which we get from our economics. When we have our economics, we can literally force the
with each other.
Brother, okay. We can literally force the issue,
which is with each other than
brother, hold on, which is what we're doing now, which is what we've done when we got civil rights. During the civil rights movement, we got legislation, the legislation that we were fighting for, despite the fact that Dr. King, Malcolm X, the Black Panthers, they did not have their own political party. Dr. King didn't have his own political party, but the movement forced their hand to make them do it. And that's what we need to be doing anyway, because we need to be a powerful unit, whether we have a political party or not. I'm not saying we shouldn't have one, but I'm saying it doesn't matter if we have one or don't have one if we're powerless. What we need to do is empower the community and empower the group, because that way we're going to win regardless of if we have a political party or not. All right?
Yeah, that starts with unity.
Yeah, well, that starts with being on code. And with that being said, I got to move on to the next caller.
Okay, thank you, brother. Black Power.
All right, appreciate it.
Glad to be on your program.
Appreciate
One love.
Y'all see that? Nobody called themselves out their names or whatever the case is, but we able to shut stuff down intellectually. You see that? You see that? All right. But let's get to the callers. And I want y'all to understand that this ain't no echo chamber where you can only call if you disagree or you agree. This ain't that. This ain't that. Come on, bring your disagreements. I'm ready for it. Caller from area code 540. You're on live.
Yes, hi, I'm calling. I just wanted to say that I noticed that Dr. Small is just changing up everything. It's just like, it's fascinating how Pan-Africanism isn't working for him anymore, and it's a hustle.
Yeah, it is. It is. This is the thing that gets me, is because every time he does this, it's always, well, I didn't know, and somebody had, and in the community, I'm going to be honest, we've been very gracious and very lenient. And it's not the first time. The whole, well, you don't understand, somebody put that in his mouth, or somebody is speaking in his ear, and somebody is giving him this to say, and they conspire to kind of manipulate him to say this. This dude is a professor. Come on now. This dude has been around, and he talks about his pedigree. He should not be being so finessed so often to say this disparaging things unless he believes it. And then when he gets back, he's like, I didn't say that. And sometimes I make a mistake, and that's taken out of context, but I don't mean no harm by it. Come on now. No, we're not doing that. No. Oh, I don't know what happened. Got off the line, but it's all right. Shout out to that caller. Caller from area code 347. Caller from area code 347, you're on live.
Hi, Afro. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, great. Man, oh man, I agree with Sister Nisi. Amen, amen, amen. Mr. Smalls is trying to save face now. Now he's trying to save face. He's denying all this stuff, and that panel of his, they just shielding for him, cause he know what he said. He's sitting there gaslighting us, gaslighting, like we didn't hear what he said. Everybody heard what he said, and his money is being messed up because he's trying to play two sides of the fence, and he knows this, and he knows it's wrong. So he messed up his own money. He can't blame us. He messed up his own money because he's being disingenuous. Now, he keep calling us African Americans. He know daggone well we are not African American. He knows, and he knows also Obama took the Negro name away from us. And he took the Negro name away from us because he knows that on that 1729 map is where they kidnapped some of our people from, was in Africa, right? But those Negroes did not identify as African. The Africans are Hamites. And the Zondervan Valuable Dictionary separates the Negroes from the Africans. Zondervan Bible Dictionary tells you all the African tribes, and it specifically say not the Negroes. So, and Mr. Smalls knows all of this. He lived a long time. He got that gray on his face. He lived a long time, and I'm sure some brothers educated him. And he knows Tariq Nasheed. I'm sure he's been educated. I know he knows. I'm positive that he knows. I can't say I know, but I can say I'm positive that he knows. He's lived a long time. So I need you to keep doing what you're doing, my brother. He knows why we delineating. Keep delineating. We have to start supporting Black-owned businesses. And when we support the Black-owned businesses and they grow up, they have to take their money and create schools and jobs and grocery stores and help the Black-owned farmers, because if they force our hand and they do not, and they choose not to give us our hate crime bill and our reparations, then we may have to even delineate from America and create our own factories, our own warehouses, our own textile companies, everything our own.
Yep.
Because it's real out here. It's real out here.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you. All right. I appreciate everybody and y'all patience. We got a lot of callers on the line, but we're going to get to y'all. I appreciate y'all patience so much. Thank you, guys. Caller from area code 615. You're on live.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
This is Angelica Lena calling from Nashville, Tennessee. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I didn't mean to be calling back so soon, but you know what I wanted to say, Afro? This is the thing for me, too, that the thing of us being treated like we're unruly children. That's the thing that just keeps reoccurring. Like with the Democrats, with everybody, it's like, you know, they're delineating, they won't say they're African. That's what happened with that first conversation that I saw with James Small, with that guy that and I believe it's the guy that you debated. It was like the guy, and that's what I forgot to say the last time I called. It was like the guy was telling Professor Small, they won't. They're saying they're not African. They're saying they're Aboriginal or they're Native and they're foundational. Like, and so it's like they was going telling Professor Small, like Professor Small is basically like Professor Small is our daddy. It's basically what it is. Professor Small is our daddy. And then it's the same thing with that foreigner who he was talking to. I think I heard you say he was a Kenyan or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's like the same thing. It's like they keep going to Professor Small like he our daddy. Well, they're saying they're not African. So you need to say something to them. And you need to get on there, Professor Small, and then Professor Small gets on us like we're unruly children. Like, I'm 55 years old. I just turned 55 on November 4th. Like, I'm old. And everybody in here is grown. You're grown. Even people who are a lot younger than me, like yourself. We all grown. You ain't gonna sit up and like talk to this. And the way that, and I'm gonna say this too. This one last thing and leave it. That man, the way he sat up here and talked to us like we were children, my mama and daddy never talked to me like that. Even when your parents can kind of step the line a little bit because you're their child. Even with my mom, I can still be like, okay, saying like, I will talk to you another time. I can still she still kind of knows. Like, my mama doesn't talk to me like that. Mm. So, I just wanted to leave it there. It's just that whole thing. It's like they can stun us. They can stun us. And then they do it in front of these foreigners too. Y'all don't even come directly to us. Y'all do it in front of them. Y'all do it in front of these foreigners. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to leave it there.
Yeah, that is true. And that's a good point too. Like, they telling on us, like we're going to get in trouble or something like that. And then he comes in wagging his finger, reprimanding us. He don't do that on the other side. He doesn't do that on the other side. This one-sided, we're getting spoken down to, being called cowards. He literally called us cowards and potential ops, which is interesting because he said Tariq is like a son to him, but yet he's treating this Kenyan dude more like a son than he treated Tariq. And he claimed he didn't even know this guy. So apparently anybody gets to email him and have an interview, and he start dissing people he know personally. That's how you move? That's you just dissing people you know personally off of an interview somebody emailed you about? That's how you moving for real? And he's supposed to be the authority to tell us, oh, okay.
Yeah. And that part right there, Afro, the part about us being cowards, how are we the cowards? We're cowards because we don't want to be African. Not the people who fled. They're not cowards. We're cowards for not being African. So I'm going to leave it there. Black first.
Black first, thank you very much for your call. Appreciate you. Yeah. Hey,
okay,
yeah,
good night.
True.
I'll be back in the chat.
All right. That's true. They're the ones fleeing, taking refuge in somebody else's country, and then not doing nothing to help. Caller from area code 708. You're on live.
Yo, peace, brother. You can hear me?
I hear you, brother.
Okay, cool, bro. Brother Shango from Chicago, man. Excellent work that you're doing, brother. I love that we pushing back on this stuff because they said a lot of things in there, and a lot of the people connected in them Pan-African circles, like my aunt and the dude aunt, those dudes are confirmed feds, are Masons. They got weird stuff in their background. The dude, Dr. Reggie, that called in last time, all he do is argue on Sarnetta channel. That's all they know how to do is argue and debate for money. So they ain't even a factor for real. They mad because the FBA movement, the FBA lineage and the delineation movement is so strong and it's waking people up and it's tapping us into this indigenous piece. They do not want us talking about our Aboriginal heritage in this land. And that's one thing that you find in common with all of them, except James Smalls. And I don't really have an issue with him, except for the fact he's trying to subvert for his own money and monetary gain. You know what I'm saying? It's opportunist energy. He might not be an outright agent, but he's an opportunist, and that's just as bad. That's tether adjacent. So either way, it don't even matter. You know what I'm saying? But I want to also push back on the male caller that came, between the two sisters. Shout out to the sisters. He said, oh, why are we focused on the tethers and all this stuff? Because the tethers have been subverting our community since the late 1800s. With W.E.B. Du Bois and the whole Boule, all that stuff is connected to the Caribbeanization of black politics. And there's a book by Sharon D. Wright of the same name. And it's got a checklist in the back that shows you, hey, you can get it to a suspected tether. Do you have this lineage? Do you have this loyalty? Will you give Black Americans money and whatnot? That type of thing we need to start asking every single person. And if they don't go for this test, they refuse the test, that means they're a tether. We need to kick them out. So most love and appreciation of what you're doing, Brother Afro Elite, man. Chicago riding with you, big dog. So salute to you.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate that. Chicago. That's my Chicago family. Thank you very much for that. And that, real talk.
Real quick. Let me drop the book again. It's called The Caribbeanization of Black Politics by Sharon D. Wright. Okay, my bad.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to check that out. All right. Hey, real talk. I mean, let's be honest. You moving in one way, you saying one thing one time and you saying another thing, and that's the reality of why he's mad, because his clips are catching up with him. His words are catching up with him. What he said is catching up with him. That's why he's upset. We didn't do anything. We're not putting words in his mouth. He's saying these things, and then he's trying to be this different person when he's in front of different people, and he got caught up, and he's mad at us that he got caught up. Instead of standing on what he's saying and standing on lineage business, he's trying to live this almost double life for his own interest, and that we can't respect that, because then you're starting to get into the movement and then start disparaging the movement because you mad, because you got caught up. Caller from area code 443.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. Just want to make sure. This is Manson Musa 93. I'm in the chat. I'm calling from Baltimore, Maryland. Yeah, from what I've been hearing, it seems like what everybody else is saying, as if we all didn't see the video, we all didn't hear the audio that came with the video that said that he said what he said. Now, I'm going to put this out there first and foremost. I got nothing but love for Professor Small, first and foremost. What we're trying to figure out is why you said what you said, how you said what you said, and why you went about it with that other individual you did a podcast with. Now, I want to say that I wish you would have played the video, at least the end of the segment of the video, where the other three panelists kind of went in on the people in the chat. And I was in that chat or that live stream that day. And they was talking real salty, real greasy. And I was like, bro, one of the dudes talking about Tariqism, Nasheedism. I said, bro, the glazing, as I could say, the glazing don't stop, as the young folks would say, right? The glazing, what we call deriding. The glazing just don't stop. It don't stop. You call it Nasheedism, Tariqism. You got all kinds of words for people. What's the dude in the blue name? I think the only word he knows is pseudo. He just keeps saying pseudo this, pseudo that. Bro, your last name should just be pseudo at this point, because you're annoying. And then, I got respect for Dr. Maya, but I didn't like how that went down, even on her platform. So it's getting shaky. People are getting shaky nowadays, bro. People are getting shaky out here. They act like we didn't see the footage. They saw the same footage we all saw. How do you not, compute and sit there and digest, decipher, or break down what he said and hold his words to the fire? I think what it is now, like everybody's been saying, this delineation thing has been popping off. People are separating themselves from all of this. They're getting tired of this. And just like the brother from Chicago said, shout out to Chicago. He's saying the thing. I was about to say the same thing he said. They get on Sinetta, and they just be going back and forth. What's the dude's name? Captain Tazariak, something like that. One of the Israelites. They go back and forth all day. And I got tired of watching that. I was like, all right, we got the knowledge. Now what? Now what? I'm wearing a dashiki. Now what? I got the Afro pick in my hair. I still wear Afro pick in my hair. Now what? Now what? I got tired of that. I used to watch them back in 2012. That shit got tiring. I'm tired of watching that. All right, we're moving on. I got the information in my head. I don't need to wear the dashiki no more. I don't need to do all this. I got the information in my mind.
Yep.
But it seems like y'all just gonna keep going back and forth with that. And I'm like, I ain't trying to do all that. That's why I was like, I was hoping you would play that video, at least the end segment. One small left.
I do
small
plan
left, that's when
on.
they really went in.
I probably what I want to do honestly, because there was still much more that I wanted to really break down and wanted to discuss, but I didn't want to be too long, so I wanted to let the callers come in. I need to take the rest of that and do another live where I really break down the rest of it, because I know he's Professor Small. He was on there for a little bit, then he left, then they got on there and they was talking out the side of their neck.
Right.
So I want to do a breakdown of that,
Right.
but I was already like an hour plus in. I'm like, okay, I think this is a
Right.
good point where I can close it and open up the lines.
Hey, yeah, that's fine. I don't have no issue with that. But if you do go back into that, definitely go back into that. So the family who weren't in that live stream like I was, and maybe some others were, who didn't see that video, they can see how, like on the other side of that, when I brought up the word, when they say Nasheedism and all that, I was like, bro. Then you can see how all that took a turn afterwards. And I also want to give a shout out to the woman who was on here from Tennessee. Shout out to her. When it's basically what she said, that they treating him like he's the parent of all of us. It's basically like saying, "Oh, ooh, daddy, he said he ain't African, ooh," and here comes daddy coming in the room talking about, "Oh, you are not African? Do you know how hard I worked for you to be African? You are shaming the family. You are not African. You are just as African as your sister. Do you know I work very hard for you to be African? Come here. I will whoop on you until you are African again." Hey, all right, relax. We're not saying we're not African. Okay? We have African genetics. We're just different people. That's all everybody's been saying. You said it. Black Truth said it. TBA said it. King Flex said it. Like, everybody's saying the same thing. Even Lisa Cabrera said it at one point. Like, we're different people. How many times do people have to keep saying that?
That's true. I'm gonna let you land so I can get because I get some more callers to get to. So
I was about to land right here. We're not saying we're not African. We got African genetics. We here in America. We're Americans, bro. I already did my due diligence. I'm from here. Okay? So all that to say is, listen, I'm gonna chop it up to this. He's small, he's just an old man. I'm chopping it up to that. Other people are gonna feel different. I just think he's an old man. He's disconnected somewhere in the culture of today as opposed to yesterday's culture. So that's it. That's all. I got love for y'all. Keep it pushing. I'm out.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I would like to have given him that pass. I really would. But if this is a repeated turn of events, a repeated series of events, so giving him the I didn't know and, my words are being used against me. No, you said it about 10 years ago. Now you're trying to act like you didn't say that. You said something 2 years ago, then you're trying to act like you didn't say that. You said something a week ago, now you're trying to act like you didn't say that. I don't know how much of a pass I can give that, honestly. Caller from area code 912.
Hello.
How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. This is Elizabeth, and I just had two questions that I wanted to ask you. The first one is, you said you got reported after you did that Charlie Kirk thing. I watched it before it got taken down. I just wondered, what did they report you for? Because the other 5 guys that I listened to, they talk real mean about Charlie Kirk. Now, I wasn't a new aficionado of Charlie Kirk, but he never said anything that offended me. The second thing I would like to ask you is, what do you think about the African Union trying to make y'all the 6th district or section of their union?
Okay. Well, the reason why the video was reported, that they just mass reported it, but the reason it was taken down was under the guise of bullying and harassment. So that's why it was reported under that. And they didn't even honestly give me a chance to dispute that. So that's what it was. It was bullying and harassment. That's why they took it down. All right, which is why you guys have seen after that I kind of had to soften the language about the entire situation since then because of that. And as far as the African Union doing that, let's be honest, the African Union, they got their business and we got our business, and that's just what we doing. I don't agree with you trying to I don't agree with them trying to fuse it. Foundation of Black Americans, we doing what we doing and they doing what they doing. Stay over there, we staying over here. So to answer your questions, thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
All right. She probably one of the ones who reported it too, but okay. Caller from area code 202. She just went. She's trying to take notes. She all like, "What worked? What worked? Hold on. What was it reported under? I just want to tell my family what worked, so we can do it next time." She probably one of the ones who reported it. You ain't gonna get me twice, Elizabeth. I got you. I got you now. We know better now. She doing some reconnaissance. There's a way we can get him. I'm gonna ask him what we did right. Fool me once, shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You ain't getting me twice. I can tell y'all why it happened. It ain't happening no more. I promise you that. Caller from area code 202.
Hey, peace, brother. Afro Elite. This is Dennis from DC. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
Pretty good. Hey, just before I get into Professor Small, I just want to say you caught that. I think she was one of the persons that reported the live. So just wanted to add into that what you just saying for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes, sir. So yeah, I just wanted to chime in real quick. I'm a known FBA. I'm a Pan-Africanist, and in fact, originally from Angola. And I just wanted to say that I support all the work that you do. I think you and I interacted, briefly at the reparation march. And I just wanted to say, I hear often that, we don't like y'all. Like that's not even true. One thing I've noticed is that the immigrants that come here, mostly I would say Nigerians and Ghanaians, they're the ones that show animosity towards, our brothers and sisters, FBA family. I mean, in Angola, we love y'all. Matter of fact, and I've also heard, in the past where people have said, "Oh, what do the African side do for the Pan-Africanists?" Myself, I'm a descendant of warriors. My late grandfather, in the late 50s and 60s, they gathered together in Kinshasa, and all the pastors, black pastors around the diaspora from America, Caribbean, they went out there to get together to discuss and fight.
Brother, for the sake of time, I'm gonna let you land because I want to respond to what you said. So I'm gonna let you land.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to say that I think going to Professor Small, I think dialogue can prevail. You know what I mean? I think it can prevail, but I just disagree with the vitriol that some of the brothers and sisters are showing towards him. I think he can be criticized, but to take the credit, what he's done, I think that's a little bit disingenuous. But I think dialogue can prevail. But before I land, let me just say this. Not all of us. I've been to South Africa. I've been to Botswana. We don't have no bad names for y'all.
Okay.
So when I hear people saying like, "Oh, your Africans are calling your names," no, we love y'all.
Okay.
And,
let me
and,
respond
and I
to
land,
what you,
and I'm
hold
support you
on,
to the
Dennis.
end.
Dennis, let me respond to what you had to say. Okay. I didn't take any of the credentials or any of the work that Professor Small did. I took him for his word. I'm talking about what he's doing today. My criticism And
Okay.
my contention is for what he's doing today. My issue is what he's doing today. I didn't say what you did in the past, you're lying or you making that up. I didn't say that about Professor Small. And I haven't heard anybody say that about him. Now, to get to your point
No,
about,
it's not you, but like some.
okay,
No,
well,
some of the people, like
okay, Dennis,
I'm sorry.
I can't speak.
Some,
Dennis?
not you directly,
Okay.
not you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
but
also
I just wanted
Dennis.
to like.
Hold on, I'm not done.
Yeah, so my bad. Yeah.
Because then you also said you're from Angola, and Angolians don't have any issue with us. They love us, all of this stuff. There was an Angolian tether who Amanda Seals debated on that Jubilee debate, where he was talking about how Black Lives Matter was racist and black people need to stop pretending like race is the biggest factor. And speaking of Charlie Kirk, he was one of the few people who took a picture with him right before Charlie Kirk passed away, left.
But
He took a
that
picture.
guy,
He
can
was
I
smiling
respond?
ear to Dennis. He was smiling ear to ear, and he's from Angola. So the thing is that
No,
now we
but let me.
Dennis, hold on, brother.
I'll respond real quick.
No, I'm
Can
not
I respond
done.
real quick?
I'm not done.
Okay. Okay.
Because
all
when
right.
we
Okay,
talk
go ahead,
about
go ahead.
issues, no, we're not trying to say everybody, but we understand that there is a common behavior among the diaspora. It's not just Nigeria. It's not relegated specifically or exclusively to Nigeria and to Ghana. Because we got Ghanaians who do it. We got Nigerians who do it. We can have a whole compilation of everybody. Obama's father is from Kenya. Okay. We got Kenyans who do it. We got South Africans who do it. We have Somalians who do it. We have Sudanese who do it. We got everybody from everywhere who do it. So we're not going to sit up there and act like it's only one or two people who do it. And the bigger problem is that they do it and they become the representatives because the people who are Kenyan, not Kenyan, who are African are not calling that out. They're not being the loud voices of correction. They're allowing the tether class to go run amok, unregulated. That's the issue. And then when we do the straightening, when we do the regulating, now it's, hold on, guys, we're not all like that. We're not doing that. It's only them and them. Well, if it's only them and them, then y'all should be doing the regulating because y'all share a continent. And this is our issue.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond?
What do you
quick?
have to say?
Yeah. Well. Here's the thing. Well, first, let me respond to the guy that was with Amanda Seals. That guy, he's what we would call it. You call it tethered, And the guy is probably, comes from the elite families, because that's how it is. People that you see here, and through my experience, people that get here are the ones that come from those elite families. So that guy is the representation of Angolans. We don't have that sentiment. You can ask all the rappers, all the foundational black Americans that have been to Angola. It's all love. And we have no names. We speak Portuguese. And the other thing that I hear that we say, we're not proud of being black. We in Portuguese, we say we pretos. Like we black.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I don't know about his family dynamic.
There's no name.
Dennis. Okay.
Sorry?
Well, I'm going to say this because we got to move on. The whole thing about his family dynamic, he might be from the upper class, and that might be how they think. But the Angolan community in America did not make it a mission to stand out and to ostracize what he said. And what I'm saying, even if he is from the elite class of Angola, that doesn't necessarily mean he's not Angolan. So, because what you said is that in Angola in general, you generalize Angolans as a people who love foundational Black American. And then I brought up somebody who was very... True. I brought up somebody who was very, who went viral not long ago, who's from Angola, who doesn't. And I brought that up to prove the point that tetherism and tethers are not relegated to Nigeria and Ghana. They're all over Africa. Whether they're rich or poor, they're all over Africa. And the issue that I have personally is that the Africans who live here, the continental Africans who live in the States, are not making it a point to ostracize them. And then when we do the straightening in the
I do call them out.
Okay. When
I
we
do call them out.
Okay, thank you, Dennis.
Call them out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have a good one. When we do the straightening, when we do that, because I can't get a word out. When we do the straightening, then it becomes an issue because it's all like we do too much. That's what they keep claiming, that we do too much. Well, if we do too much, y'all not doing enough. And y'all can't say we do too much because you guys are letting the problem persist to this level. That's the issue. Caller from area code 443.
Hey, how you doing, dear brother? How's everything?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
Good, good, good. One of the things I wanted to tell you, I'm really appreciative of you getting me on and having this space. I met Professor Smalls a long time ago. I'm actually from Harlem, New York, and by the way of Maryland. I met with him, and I understand where he's coming from. And just to understand and embrace him, he has nothing but love for us. I understand that. However, I know you holding his feet to the fire, and I understand that. Tariq was hurt by that, and he was really hurt by that, and I understood where he was coming from. The point I'm trying to make is he's an elder. I understand that, but elders gonna make mistakes. He's a human being. He's gonna make mistakes. But the thing is that Brother Smalls has to be held accountable. He has to be held accountable. When you have a movement like this, and knowing that we're doing what we're doing and flowing how we flowing, you have to be on it. Because there's no difference between he making a call out and Dr. Claude Anderson standing on business making call outs. You understand? Because Dr. Claude Anderson never wavered. He shouldn't waver neither. He said he's 80 years old. Yeah, but Dr. Claude Anderson is like 85, 86, and he never wavered. I understand that. And I understand where Professor Smalls comes from. Because I met with Khalid, I met with him, I met with Steve Coakley. I know all of them. Like personally, I knew all of them. However, you got to be strong and understand what we're doing and how we're doing and how we're moving. We're moving, man. Definitely, brother Afro. And I'm gonna say another thing, man, because Tariq ain't bring this out. I love Tariq and all. Yo, y'all gotta mention Imam Jamil, man, what he did, man. Y'all kind of mention Imam Jamil where he with H. Brown a lot more. He was the leader of SNCC. He was the leader of the BLA. A lot of people are not mentioning this man. Okay. This man did a lot, and people are not mentioning what Imam Jamil did. And I'm gonna tell you, Imam Jamil is FBA, and Imam Jamil said this a long time ago. He said specifically, you can go back to where his comments to J.R. Rashida.
Before we get into that, I want to address what you said before. Before we get into that, now if we talk about Professor Small being an elder, and he is entitled to some respect, my question for you is: at what point does an elder become a person who makes a mistake versus a person who's hating on the youth? Because that's what it's coming off as. And I'm asking you because I want to know what you think about that. What you think about elders who start hating on the youth and start dissing the youth and being disingenuous. Because the clip I played was disingenuous. And I'm asking, at what point do we stop giving the grace of, well, he's an elder? If we're backtracking. And if we give him a pass this time, how many more passes do we give him? Because this is not his first time. This is not his first offense. Is it every single time he gets mad, he lashes out on FBA, then the next week he says, oh, I'm still learning? Are we just going to deal with this indefinitely?
You're absolutely right, because you can't have an historical disconnect coming. Because what he's doing, waffling, that's being that you having a connection. You have a connection, but you're disconnecting. So I understand what you're saying. And I do agree with you. At some point, you have to be held accountable because because he would say, "I'm 80 years old," and you probably would say after you say, "Okay, Dr. Claude Anderson again is 85, but he never wavered." I mean, come on now. Yep. And another thing is that when you going on, and I'm gonna tell you why Tariq was hurt too. When you going on,
I'm gonna give you a small chance. I'm gonna give you a second to say that in land because we got to move on. We got a lot of people in the queue.
Got you. But when you go to a tether and say what you're saying, and the tellers want you to scold us, that's something different. But again, man, Back with Elite, man, get another channel for you, man, Jamil, man. Seriously, I'm gonna be on y'all tails when y'all gotta mention this, man. All right, I'll land my plane.
All right. All of that, elder, and we got to give them grace. People make mistakes. All right. It seemed like this was pretty intentional. Mistakes are not intentional. Caller from area code 385. You're on live.
Hey, what's going on, brother Afro Elite? How you doing?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. I want to get your, cause I've been listening to you for a while, and with this Dr. Smalls guy coming up, I've seen like several other FBA YouTubers like get on this guy for what he's been saying, and I found myself like, man, like we got Pan Africans, we got FBAs, and then we got like our other fractions of Black folks claiming to be, this something else also. What is the difference between blacks, and I hate saying the word blacks, but what's the difference between our people saying I'm FBA and then our people saying I'm Israelite? Like, what is the difference?
Well, the thing is that Israelites believe, and after this, I gotta move on to the next call because we got a lot of callers. Foundational Black Americans, we understand that we are the foundation of the United States of America. That's what we understand. That's what the history proves. We are just the descendants of that. Israelites, and I'm not an Israelite, and I'm not trying to speak for them. That belief is based off of a religious belief that they are from the 12 tribes of Israel, okay, and the Israel who is a descendant of Abraham, and that is told to them in the biblical text and in the Torah that they are the chosen people. So that they believe that they are the chosen people in the Old Testament. That's the difference.
Okay.
And they don't believe
gotcha.
that the lineage is exclusive to the United States of America. They also believe that that being a part of the 12 tribes also extends towards South America. You have Mexicans and all of that stuff, from what I'm told. So that's kind of the difference there. Now, you can be an FBA and be an Israelite, but I want you to understand that being an Israelite is a religious belief. Being an FBA is just the lineage. All right?
Well, they also, I've heard that Israelite is a bloodline also.
Yeah, they believe that because they believe that they're the descendants, but...
Yeah. And speaking of the Old Testament, they do talk about slave ships.
Okay. Yeah.
That's mentioned in the Old Testament. And so that's why I'm like, okay, what is the difference then if they believe that we was brought over on slave ships, and then we have FBA saying, well, we're foundational over here. Like, are they one kind of in the same?
There's probably some truth to that. There's probably some truth, and I'm not an expert on the subject, but the thing is that there's probably some truth to what they're saying. I'm not going to dispel that. But what we're saying is that the argument of being an Israelite is not exclusive to America, and what we're talking about is America. So that's really the key difference.
Yeah, and I noticed when you bring up that Israelite
I'm gonna have to move on. I'm gonna have to move on though. I appreciate your question.
Can I land real quick?
Can I land real quick? 10 seconds. I'm gonna let you.
I noticed when you bring up the Israelite talk, like our people don't even want to touch that. And I just find that kind of awkward. But yeah, I'll let you. I'll go ahead and land, and I appreciate you.
All right, thank you. All right. I'm not here to tell people what they can or can't believe or whatever, but that's not what we own. Okay, everybody don't believe in that. Okay, you can argue that. That can be argued. Lineage cannot be argued. Okay. Caller from area code 412.
Oh my goodness, I'm actually on the phone.
Yes,
Hello?
ma'am. How you doing? How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. I just have a couple observations and I'll get off your line. The first and foremost, I want to say, whether it's FBA, ADOS, however, whenever, God is the one who will provide for us. It won't be by our own hand. It won't be someone elevated among us. He'll do it. And all that I ask is that you all acknowledge him and make an effort to have a relationship with him, because he will be your guide and your leader. And he will satisfy you until you get to whatever it is that he has for you. And that elderly man, he is an example of what it looks like when you get to be his age and you live a double life. You can't play both sides against the middle. If you're going to be a servant, you got to be a servant wholeheartedly. You can't be a servant and try to get paid on the side.
Okay. Do you
gotta
think that?
And you got to honor your.
Can I ask you this question? Do you think that what we're doing is in alignment with what you're saying, as far as the movement is
Yes,
concerned?
ma'am. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Baby, when I see you, I see Chicago. And when I think about Chicago, I think about church.
All right.
I come out of holiness. And yes, we have all these different denominations, but there's only one God. Only one. And I say, when I see you, I see Chicago. I think about the fact how a great portion of us come up out of the South. We were extended family, by blood or by heart. We were extended family. And as to the point whether there were black folks already here, yes, indeed, I do believe that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All of it fits together. And I'm compelled to call in
because we got a lot of callers, so I'm gonna let you close your statement.
I understand. I called in because all these things are working together toward one end. Everybody has a role to play, and you playing your role.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
That's true. You gotta
keep
hope
doing
alive.
what you're doing. I appreciate what you're doing, praying for you, and look to the Lord to direct your ways.
Thank you.
We need his approval.
I appreciate your call, sister. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Thank you for having me. Good day.
Welcome. All right. Well, God bless her. All right. Caller from area code 983.
Yes, this is Jeffrey Paris, aka Channing Nkrumah out of Denver, Colorado. B1 salute, Afro Elite.
Like first to you, brother. What's on your mind? Talk to us.
Oh my Lord, I was just on that damn panel with Zoriak and Sarnetta and Brother Reggie. And when I say when TBA says don't trust these old niggas, he's not lying. These months they want to be arguably disagreeable just to be disagreeable. Me and like 4 other brothers got on there, young brothers, and we were trying to explain to them what FBA was and all about, and they just kept moving the goalposts, telling us, well, we originally identified as Africans, and now you're saying that we're foundational Black Americans, and we're like telling them it's a lineage, not an organization, not a group. And they keep bringing up organizations, and it's like, no, it's not an organization. Then they're like, oh, well, Tariq Nasheed's your leader. No, he's not our leader. The code is the leader. I even had to show them the code book, compensatory code concept book from Nellie Fuller Jr. to get them to understand what the code was, because they kept saying, what's the code? What's the code? Especially Zoriak. He kept saying, well, what is your code? What is your bylaws? What is your ethical, moral standard? So these old niggas just don't get it.
Yeah,
They
and this is why the movement let me say, this is why the movement is so effective, is because we don't have no leader. There's no leaders and no rank. I can't outrank you as being FBA. It's just a lineage. You a part of the lineage. I'm a part of the lineage. I don't have, even if I have a bigger brand or platform, I don't outrank you as being FBA. There are no leaders, second in command, generals and commanders. We don't have that. They have that over there. And because they have that over there, and they like to establish a rule book and guidelines and stuff as if it's an organization, that's how stuff gets co-opted. The reason why they hate FBA
Right.
so
And that's
much
what
is
I was
because
trying to
we're
explain to them.
uncorruptible. We can't be corrupted.
Right. Right. We can't be corrupted. We can't be infiltrated. We can't be dismantled. That's why they keep trying to say, oh, well, Tariq's the leader. Because if you take Tariq out, then the movement dies. Like, no, the code is the leader.
Yeah.
And this is the lineage. And they're like, well, are you Christian? Are you Muslim?
Mm-hmm.
And then they kept bringing up damn T.S. Zelle, and it's like T.S. Zelle's a goddamn troll. Nobody takes T.S. Zelle serious. They don't even take themselves serious. So it's like, are you serious? And then Reggie,
I'm gonna let you land, because
ask us.
But I'm gonna let you get
ask
out.
us
Get it
about
off.
the oldest black organizations in the country. You talking about, well, y'all the foundation. Then what is so and so? Who is so and so? They asked us Harriet Tubman's name, her original name, and we were like, huh? Like, what does this have to do with the lineage? Like, we're literally just trying to explain to you what FBA is, and you keep cutting us off, and you keep moving the goalposts. So you're not trying to learn. You're doing what Turtle did. Turtle Bay did the same thing. I went on his panel to explain to him what FBA was. He did that same nonsense. So they just want to be disagreeable, but continue to do what we're doing, FBA family. We are definitely making waves, and these pan goofies just don't know what to do.
That's true. Thank you very much for your call, brother. Appreciate it.
Afro Elite.
That's true. And they just arguing just to argue. They really don't make a point. When you actually scrutinize their point and bring some facts and receipts, they don't know what to do. That's why they cut you off and insult you and all of that. Caller from area code 971. You're on live.
Hey, Afro Elite. This is Jacoby from Portland, Oregon. How you doing this evening?
Jacoby, how you doing, brother?
Man, can't get this off my mind, man. So, look, I got to hear a bunch of folks talk. Some people babbled, whatever. I'm going to put it to you like this. I'm not going to blame Professor James Smalls anymore. I'm going to blame the Pan-African community. Why? Because they had a chance to pull the brother to a side publicly or privately and get Tariq publicly or privately to work that out. Instead of them acknowledging what was said, they doubled down and started to insult the brother. Well, we talk about Tariq because they made it about Tariq. They made it about FBA lineage. They made it about this. I didn't make it about this. You didn't make it about this. And there's been a real issue of the Pan-African community not holding each other accountable. How can they? They've been doing a whole bunch of scamming, and for so damn long, they don't know what accountability is. Let me ask you a question, too. Since they think Tariq is a grifter and all this stuff, I'm talking about you, Dana, with the data, okay? When his first Hidden Colors came out, he was looking for scholars, people who are becoming potential scholars. Why didn't they warn that brother Tariq about Umar Johnson before he put him in his documentaries? Why didn't he pull that brother to the side and say, no, don't get that brother? No, because everybody has in it for themselves. The reason why I feel is that the Pan-African community is kind of dying down and not getting the money like they used to is because they look at Tariq as a threat. Tariq said he's not a leader. We believe that. He has shown that, okay? He is putting money in the community to build a community. They put money in their pockets to build their ego, okay? Mm-hmm. Dr. Mayat, I'm not trying to take anything away from her, but if you're going to have a panel, you need to have either Afro Elite on there, Black Alpha Network, to kind of balance out the discussion. But that's a one-way discussion to take jabs at the brother. And everybody's looking at, oh, he's an elder. I get that. Nobody's taking away his credentials. His credentials are not in question. It is his loyalty, his trust. That is what's in question, not his education background. And so for them to just kind of sneak this, I just don't like shit like that. And I'm very disappointed, Dana, with the data because she just went all in. It was very emotional, very one-sided, and everybody's showing their true colors. And for that, I'll land my plane.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at what Dana said. I didn't hear anything about Dana, but thank you very much for that.
Her ass got roasted. Oh, boy, yeah.
Really? I didn't. Okay, I'm gonna look at. Okay, huh? I'm gonna have to look into that. But yeah, they came up there and they were there really just to coddle him. And that's the thing. You can't be up there being all fanned out with the panel with Professor Small. Everybody was up there giving each other a pat on the back and acting as if it was an echo chamber. And there was nothing to balance the conversation out, which was what allowed him to go over and backtrack what he was saying. Caller from area code 646. Caller from area code 646. Okay. You have a good one then. Caller from area code 864.
Peace and blessings, peace and blessings. This is Aboriginal Power, peace and blessings, Afro Elite.
Peace to you, brother. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I want to talk on a couple things. The James Smalls disrespect towards FBA and Aboriginal Indigenous peoples. His contradictions is really catching up with him. He can't go against the delineation movement when he's been reiterating some of the same sentiments. He's been using the same language of delineation, like you said, 10 years ago, speaking directly, particularly about these same African people that he's pandering to, while also stating that now in 2025, our people don't know who we are and that we align ourselves with the pale skin. That is an absolute lie, and it contradicts exactly what he said 10 years ago. So I just can't understand exactly why he's babying or coddling these tether groups when his early sentiments obviously told us that they are our economic enemy.
Yeah, and this shows that this is intentional, which is why when people call in and be all like, he's an elder and people make mistakes, I get it. I make mistakes. And I hope that if I do make a mistake in the future, I don't really think I've made a mistake thus far, but if I do, and I will, because people make mistakes, there will be something that I do that I probably shouldn't have done, or a mistake or a misjudgment or something of the sort, because I'm human and it's inevitable. And I would hope that the community does have grace with me when I do make mistakes. Everybody does. But the thing is that we see that what he's doing is intentional. And this is not the first time it's been done. Because what you're trying to do is put on almost a different character, so for economic advancement, or to make some type of business connection with Ghana, or with a business person in Ghana, or whatever the case is, and you're trying to hide from your statements before, and then you got mad when that got brought to light. And this is not the first time.
Right.
Now you're getting mad when your statements get brought to light because it exposes the character that you were putting on for that business opportunity. So this is, and you lashed out intentionally, and you tried to distance yourself intentionally. So this is not a mistake.
Right.
And if the thing is, if it was, then he should have acknowledged that. Don't walk it back and act like you didn't say that. By you not even acknowledging that you said that shows that you're not really regretful of it.
It almost seems scripted, the shit that he's saying now, And when you listen to the conversation when he was being direct about these people being our enemy, it seems like it had a little more passion about it. And the disingenuousness to go into a Pan-African, or in this case, an African platform, to utterly disrespect Aboriginal and FBA peoples in America is a spit in our face to our people. And to act like Tariq Nasheed is an agent is really one of the most crucial parts in the conversation, because he has a personal relationship. And outside of business, Tariq has iterated that he's helped them. And so for him to call him an agent and then still do business with Tariq Nasheed on the up-and-coming Hidden Colors movie that's coming out, he obviously had already had these preconceived notions about Tariq Nasheed being an agent, but yet still takes the money from someone that's an agent, which leads me to believe that he is more acceptable to being an agent, because he's willing to overlook things and accept things from people that he even believes that is an agent. So I just think that's a crucial thing to look at, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Where's your loyalty and integrity? If you honestly believe that somebody was compromised, Tariq wasn't compromised enough for you not to be in his documentary. Tariq's not that compromised.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So what's up with you then? If you willing to work with somebody that you genuinely believe is so compromised. So, you know. But I appreciate that, brother. Thank you very much. Let me get
Peace
to
and bliss.
these
I
other
appreciate
calls.
you taking my call. Okay.
Yeah. Mistakes aren't done on purpose, y'all. Caller from area code 252.
Yeah, what's going on, Afro? On loud and clear.
I can't really hear you that well. What's your name again?
Yeah, it's Don P. Am I loud and clear?
Yeah, I hear you.
I took it off of the headphones, man. Let me state this. I'm gonna make 2 points. I'm gonna try to make it as brief as possible. Number one, I tried, like when I first heard people coming at Smalls, I didn't see the videos, and immediately I was in defense mode. Like, yo, let me try to defend him, even though I completely disagree with the Pan-African ideology. I was like, let me try to defend him, until I seen the broadcast with Jason Black. And I heard what he said, and I thought to myself, ain't no defending that ish. You can't defend that. There's no defending it. And for the people who is trying to defend him, even though y'all seen that video, the dude did he implied that FDA was some type of an organization. He implied that Tariq was being paid off. Like, for me, that's enough for me to be like, okay, this is not criticism. This is like throwing a shot. It's worse than throwing a shot. You're reinforcing a dangerous narrative that puts a target on our backs.
Mm-hmm.
You reinforcing that. So with that said, like, I don't care if he's the elder or not. That's op talk to me, and I really don't respect it, because he keep walking his words back, and he keeps saying these things and then walking it back. It's like, all right, bro, stand on what you stand on. If that's how you feel, say it with your chest. If you really feel that we some type of way, say it with your chest. I don't want to hear like I don't know what's going on, or I'm still learning. I don't want to hear that, because number one, Tariq had a conversation with him. I'm quite sure he briefed him on what the word tether means. I'm quite sure I seen that Chase had a conversation with him, and broke down what FBA meant, broke down that it was a lineage, broke down that there's no leaders, broke down the flag. He broke all of this stuff down, and for James Smalls to still say the things that he said, that's personal. He didn't care. It went in one ear, came out the other. So as far as I'm concerned, that's not criticism. That's not criticism at all. That's throwing shots. And for anybody to be like, oh man, y'all just coming at FBA's just come at people because we just disagree. It's a difference between disagreeing and throwing shots. Mm-hmm. You smack me in my face, you don't get to tell me to stop when I stomp you out. You feel me?
Real talk. Hey,
you don't get to say that. Like, that's just what it is. And I'm gonna say one last thing, man. I'm gonna keep it brief on this. And this is not reflecting the host of the show, you, Afro Lee. I'm gonna just say what I say. I'm gonna put names out there. Since Tariq did what he did, and I know a lot of people like to use Tariq as a proxy to attack the movement, the delineation movement. Since Tariq did what he did, I feel as though a lot of people are showing their true colors. A lot of people are showing their true colors. And I love this on code movement that we got going on because it's exposing the haters. It's exposing the jealousy. It's exposing the undermining tactics that these people is using. And I'm not just talking about the shields. I'm not just talking about the tethers. I'm talking about from within as well. A lot of people didn't make the cut. Dr. Phil. A lot of people didn't make I think that's his name, Phil Scott. I say Dr. Phil. Phil Scott. Dana with the daughter.
Totally
Phil
different people. Those are two totally different
Scott,
people.
Dana with the daughter. Yeah, Dana with the daughter, Phil Scott. What's Demetria K? I've seen a lot of people say some slick stuff, and I feel like it's rooted in jealousy, and it's rooted in the fact that this delineation movement is messing up that Pan-African bag. I'm not trying to hear the whole, we got bigger fish to fry. No, we need to deal with white supremacist foot soldiers now. We got to deal with the soldiers. For us to get to the source, we got to get through the points.
Yep. Yeah,
and I'm down for that. But I'm gonna land on that, man. You take it easy, fam.
Appreciate you, brother. If a lot of people have been apparently a lot of people have been saying a lot of stuff, I have not seen, I guess, other people's reactions. So I'm gonna have to look into all of that stuff though. I haven't seen any. I only saw what he said, and in that video he had with Dr. Mayat. So anything else anybody else has said, I'm not aware of, like that. If they were speaking like out of the side of their neck, I'm not aware of that. Caller from area, but I will look into it though. Caller from area code 337.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, how you doing, family? Hey, my flowers to you, and thank you for all your hard work and your activism for the community. I just want to say, man, I'm so tired of this coordinated attack on Tariq. Tariq is thorough, so we know when you attack Tariq, we know you're attacking. It's like an attack on all of us. You know, Tariq is not our leader, but he is a voice of the people because he corrals young and old. And we know when you attack him, it's like you're attacking all of us. And that's what I wanted to say. Everybody, y'all have a blessed night.
That is true. Mm-hmm. And thank you for that, brother. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Anytime they do attack, and mind you, they don't attack Tariq just because they don't like Tariq. All right? And they find reasons to attack Tariq because they don't like the movement and they think that stopping Tariq Nasheed is going to stop the movement. They're wrong on that. I want you to understand they're so very wrong on that. If Tariq said, you know what, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to go off the grid. I'm gonna turn my phone off. No more lives, no more TikTok, no more nothing. I'm gonna just be off the grid. The movement is still gonna exist. FBA people are not gonna be like, I guess we're not FBA no more if Tariq's not around. That's still gonna exist. This is beyond one person, but they hope that Tariq is the leader so they can cut the head off the snake, which is what they want to do, and then stop the whole program. And that's not happening. And I want us to understand when they do come after Tariq, that's their intent. That's their motive. All right. Caller from area code 718.
Peace and blessings, Afro Elite. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it. My name is Christopher. I'm calling you from Connecticut. So I am a thorough, I've been observing for a while, and I am a thorough supporter of delineation. And I think it was overdue, in fact. So I'm glad that it's happening. But what I want to ask you, and I want to phrase this in a way that, maybe it puts a question back to you. Because with Professor Smalls and what's going on here and what we've seen that you can't serve two masters. You can't, jump from one side of the fence and then go on the other side and then pretend to be loyal back to the other side again. I'm seeing a pattern with that. I want to compare that parallel to that with the Caribbean. And the Afro-Caribbean, what I'm seeing is that they came here under this kind of diaspora that I learned about in my African American, or in a college studies class, Black studies class back in the day. They call it African American studies, but they talked about the Caribbean brain drain. They talked about how all the Caribbean intelligentsia went to make a better life for themselves abroad, and in the U.S. and in England and Netherlands and all these other places. But what I started to learn is that they didn't really study the Black history. They basically looked at it that the white people who stamped their immigration papers to come here, they were the ones that they were thanking. And I started to realize they weren't looking at civil rights acts, and they weren't looking at stuff like that. And I am non-FBA, so I come from Jamaican parents, and I had even a fight with my own father with the fact that I said, well, wouldn't we be treated the same as Black Americans? And he was basically very upset with me, saying that, well, you're just like one of them. You know, I'm Jamaican and we work hard. So we got that kind of argument going on that we never really reconciled. But from what I'm seeing is that Jamaicans, I mean, I don't know if you've been to the Caribbean, brother, but I mean, it's a servant class. Tourism and white acceptance go hand in hand. Tariq said it at one point that's a brothel of white supremacy. They go down there just to get their freak on and then come back. And the people are just like, yes, sir, no, sir. And then they go back to their shacks and they go back to wherever their poorer areas are. It's broken. So what I'm thinking is, in terms of delineation and you checking them here, I'm a writer, but I realize I'm one of the few. And we need some source of correction, because I just see it's just a broken society. There are Black people there, but those Black people there come from broken homes. There's no code. And with the FBA movement, the code is the leader.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's so many that outnumber us who are off code, who are tethers. I'm not certain what could be done to repair that. It's like I'm trying to figure out what needs to be done beyond G-checking and beyond delineation. So that's the question I have for you, brother. And I'll land my plane here.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. And now, first off, I want to thank you for that, because let me put it this way: if I was Jamaican, what I feel like needs to be done is there needs to be people, brothers and sisters from Jamaica, from the Caribbean, and there are some. We do have some writers, and shout out to that, who need to stand out, just like how you did, and I guess addressing the behavior of your father, okay, or the disagreeing with your father. Because when you do that, and even though you might feel like you're the minority, we have to remember that the Black Panther Party started off with Bobby Seale and Huey Newton. That's only two people, and it grew. When you stand out and when you call out the behavior, the tether behavior, specifically, if I were you, I would call it out specifically of the Caribbean people, and then even more so of the Jamaican people. And I would be unapologetic with it. What happens now is we have people who call it out, but they're a little bit too soft shoe and have dual loyalties. And that's their issue. They have a loyalty to their ethnic homeland. If you have a loyalty to the cause and to being on code, which is where all of our loyalty should be, when you do that, what you'll start to see is you start to convert more people who are on the fence, or people who are too scared to speak up and speak out. You're going to start to see more people who are like-minded like you. You're going to start to convert people into becoming like-minded like you. And that will create the separation and will create the line. The muddy waters, it will start to become clear for the people who are off code and who are tethers and who can no longer be saved, and the people who are good and who can be beneficial to the cause. That's what I would be doing. And it's going to be an uphill battle, and it's not going to be quick. It's not going to be overnight, but it can be done.
Yeah, it will take a lot of separating of the wheat from the chaff. It's going to be a lot of hard work and a lot of stuff like that. But I appreciate your good works. I appreciate what you're doing here. As I said, like I said, I had that inner conflict, but yeah, I had to cut off family. I had to assess how Jamaicans operate, how we only see each other during funerals, how they cut each other's throats, how they're very tribal, how they only look to self, how, even from my maternal grandfather's death, how I just saw a whole bunch of people at the procession follow us to the restaurant to eat, and they didn't know him. just to get free food. So I just happened to I was last in Jamaica in 2002, and that's what I saw. I haven't been back since, but I can tell you that Jamaicans are broken, sort of almost, they don't seem to have the concept of honor or shame. They just seem to just exist in this sort of state of just survival mode and just trying to get over. But that's indicative of all the Caribbean and to some extent Africa, which is why they're colonized and why CARICOM hasn't won anything. They're jealous of the fact that you're going for reparations because they're too afraid to stand on the square to get their own. Because if they had to, they can't kiss the ring of King Charles and at the same time demand what their due is. They have to pick, much like Brother Smalls has to pick. But thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Real talk. And that's the thing. Team reflects leadership. In order for you to increase the standard of your people, you have to have a standard yourself. You cannot ask anybody to have a higher standard than you have for yourself. You will never be able to do that. You're going to have to sit up there and be abundantly crystal clear and stand on where you stand, all of your principles, and be unapologetic with your principles, morals, stances on things, and be clear and stand on that. And the people who will stand with you will be loud, and you might be alone for a little bit, but they'll be there eventually. And it always works that way. And it will create a division, a healthy division. Division can be healthy. It will create a healthy division, which is what the Caribbean really needs. All right? Because that scavenger, we're just living our life and we have no loyalty, no honor and everything like that. That needs to stop. So there does need to be a healthy division between the good Caribbeans and the bad ones. But let's get to the next caller. Caller from area code 951.
How you doing, Afro? This is your brother, the Church of Black Power, calling out of Houston by way of Los Angeles. How's your night going?
Pretty good, brother. How you doing?
Man, I am blessed and highly favored. I was so happy and content to be ghost listening in the background while I was doing my work. But then I heard that dude from Angola come up, and I just had to call in. But then you addressed the same situation that I was going to address, which was the Angolan tether that was quote unquote debating Amanda Seals. And I'm glad you did bring that up, my brother. But I also want to say this, because this is the situation. This is the problem we have here now, is that he tries to call up and tell us that we're going too hard on Professor Smalls. And that's none of your damn business. See, your business is supposed to be checking the folk that you are attached to. So that Angola kid, like you said, that Angola tether, you should have been, and your community should have been the loudest folk in a room checking that dude. When we get on ours, Professor Smalls, like him or not, he's one of ours. We have all right to sit down with him and have conversations, and we also have all right to scold him when he deserves to be scolded. However, it ain't none of y'all business. If you are not FBA, you need to stay the hell up out of the way. That's just what it is. And the problem is that person shows the problem once again. You can't stay out of our business. You can't stay out of none of our affairs. You can't stay out of our politics. We're having family conversations, and y'all forcefully putting yourself in the middle of it. It's none of your damn business. This is FBA business, and y'all need to stay up out of it. And one more thing before I get up out of here, my brother, because one of my subscribers said this, and I just have to give homage and love to Dr. Claude Anderson, because she said that Dr. Claude Anderson is the Kendrick Lamar of the conscious community. He's the one standing on business, who's continuously standing on business. And if y'all don't like him for what he says, it's too damn bad. He's going to continue to say it. That's elder energy. And that's the kind of energy that we need in this movement. We don't need all these people that want to flip-flop because you're jealous of a situation that you put yourself in. And at the most part, the real reason why I kind of feel like he started to backtrack is because Tariq said, you know what? I'm tired of them. I'm taking them out of the documentary. So you're not going to be getting no residuals from that. You're losing residuals because people don't want to take your damn African tour or whatever the situation is. People don't want to go to your hotel and things like that. You're losing money because of that. And you're losing money in every other area because of the fact that you thought you could play with us, and we're the ones putting the money in your damn pockets. But I'll land there, my good brother. Thank you for having me up, brother.
Hey, thank you, brother. Real talk. Real talk. And it was interesting because Tariq didn't rush to make a response. I'm gonna get to the next caller, but if you guys noticed, Tariq, it took Tariq about a couple days. It took Tariq a few days to make a response. Now, a lot of people made a response quicker than Tariq. And Tariq said, you know what, I'm done. He washed his hands with Professor Smalls. And then Professor Small came out, be all like, well, I really didn't know, and I didn't even mean it. I don't got nothing against Tariq. You didn't say nothing until Tariq said something. It's kind of interesting. And you was throwing crazy shade. Crazy shade. Like, it's so surprising that you would throw that much shade at somebody who's never said anything like that about you. It's like, it's dishonorable, honestly. It really is. Caller from area code 520.
Hey, brother. It's Huey Freeman from Tucson, Arizona.
What's on your mind, brother?
Not much, man. The thing is so it's like we have to show we're showing power, because when you have someone that openly disrespects you, you got to take care of that, because if you do not take care of that, others will see that as a weakness. Mm-hmm. So even though we love Professor Smalls and all, but even in the mafia, like, if you do something that's going to hinder or hurt progression, we have to toss you to the side. Harriet Tubman did it with her brother when he tried to derail the whole underground movement. And we're not being mean about it. It's just, this is survival. We can't have foolishness, is what I'm trying to say, brother.
That's true.
And also keep in mind, as you pointed out, is that Tariq, he's showing power. He's like, okay, hey, if you think I'm a CIA agent, you think I'm all this in front of a person that you did an interview with, that you know he's not helping you with anything. All right, cool. Hey, I'm going to wash my hands. You go to that group. You go to the Pan-African group. You go to the people that love you and have them support you, and see how long that would last. Because what Professor Smalls, I hate to say this, he cut both his income, because those trips to Ghana, those are your foundational Black American, your freemen going on those trips. Second, all the proceedings and all the money that we buy from the DVDs, he get a portion of that. So he destroyed his two profits off of just one video.
Yep, that's true. That's true. He messed himself up real bad. He messed himself up real bad with that. That's very true. And we're not being too harsh about it. I mean, he was the one. He said we were cowards. Let's be honest. As far as the name calling and everything like that, the energy that he had with us, we don't have with him. We didn't.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna let you land.
Definitely.
And we're gonna get to the rest of the callers.
No problem. All I have to say is that this is good, because now people know that we're not playing. You might be part of our lineage, but guess what? We can cut you to the side like anyone else. And Somalia is now seeing that, the Somalians in America.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
All right. See you later.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, you let your emotions get the better of you. And now you said something and you cut the plug. You bit the hand that fed you. Okay? And that's what you did, because you was mad that your words resurfaced. Your words resurfaced. So do you not want to stand by your own words? Do you want to hide your words from people? Do you not want them to know you said that? And this is what happens when you try to be disingenuous. All right? This is what happens. Okay? And then you get mad at Tariq as if Tariq did something to sabotage your business. Caller from area code 919.
Peace, brother. Can I be heard?
Yes.
All right, peace. This is Mr. Ishmael. I met you back at the rally. We did some work back there at the rally in D.C. Glad you guys are having this talk, and I'm glad to be a part of this panel. I'm glad for you to bring me up. Listen, I wanted to make a few points and get off here and let everybody get their chance to speak. I want to provide some clarity about the things that have transgressed with this whole Professor Smalls thing. It wasn't one video, okay? I want to be clear and accurate with this. It was actually two before the one he made with the Kenyan dude, all right? Because I'm a part, I got his Facebook thing and group or whatever, and he made the first video he made very angry. You can see the facial expressions and all this. Say, I'm not a FBA, I'm not ADD. I'm like, what the heck, you know? And he was trying to say ADOS for whatever reason. Well, the reason was because of that video that Brother Chase put out from the Sinetta days, all right? That's what started all this, all right? That's where he was very, very loud and angry about foundational Black American lineage. Then he made a second one after that wasn't that long. It was a little bit tamer. Then he comes with the one with the Kenyan dude, and he called us cowards and being tied to COINTELPRO and the FBI, CIA, or whatever, and then took personal shots at Tariq, okay? That's what this, and then to cap it off, this interview with Dr. Mahat made it worse. It just made it 10 times worse, in my opinion. Here's what I want to provide to the family, not just that clarity, but a way to look forward and move on, okay? Knowing that we're not a group, our lineage is our lineage. My grandmother is my grandmother. My great-grandparents are my great-grandparents. You can't divorce me from that. We can't divorce Professor Smalls from that. But what we can do is push them to the side and say, all right, we good on you, and keep it pushing. That's what I'm going to say I'm doing, all right? We recognize it. We said what we got to say, and we push it on, because I'm going to tell you what can happen from this, from some folks if they're not careful. If anybody knows a little bit about our history, Ron Malana Karinga had a group called US back in the late 60s, early 70s. He was diametrically opposed to the Black Panther Party that was out there with Bobby Hutton and them, little Bobby Hutton, and of course Huey P. Newton and Eldridge Cleaver and all those, to the point to where there was a skirmish, and the brother's name escaped me. Somebody got killed. They pinned it on Karinga. Now, if anybody knows the name Karinga, he's the one that allegedly created Kwanzaa, Pan-African type dude. All right? He was tied to being an agent. He was tied to, I don't know if anybody's ever verified that, but everybody that knows anything about our history knows that people see him as being an agent. All right? You look at the same type of thing that we could possibly be dealing with today. The difference is we're not a group. Okay? But when people see that and say that, we don't even need to identify with that. Don't waste your time with that, in my opinion. Don't waste your time trying to explain it to them. It's clear as day. The only thing you could tell them is say, go to the website. It explains it to you right there. I don't need to say nothing else to you. You want to talk about our brother Tariq being a leader? Go on about your way. I'm moving on. We're building. We're going to go down and talk to these panels behind these closed doors that's dealing with this reparations issue, where they're trying to give it to some of y'all that's tethers. That's what we're going to be doing. You see what I'm saying? Not sitting here going back and forth and wasting time. We want to talk about our dearly departed brother, Mr. Neely Fuller told us. It's time-wasting tactics to keep you off your course. No one can divorce themselves from their lineage. We know who our people are, and that's why I appreciate what you're doing. Sincere Love to God is done. Dwan B is done. Black Alpha is done. Jason Black is done. And everybody has done to come out and call this out. We call out our own. The Angolan brother that you had on, call out your own and stand your square there. As the Jamaican brother said he did with his father. You know, I believe him to be true. That's what you got to do. Because we're going to continue to do what we've been doing. You know what I'm saying? And with that, brother, I appreciate you, and I'll land. Have a good evening.
Appreciate you, brother. That's real talk. True. Call them out. And I'm going to say this as well, too. When you imply that somebody is an agent in the movement, that puts a target on somebody's back. That's not just your opinion, and that's not a mistake. And he's been around long enough to know that. When you imply, that's like in a gang. If you're in a gang and you imply that another gang member is a rat, you put a target on that other gang member's back. they take that very, very serious. So if you're in a movement and you imply that somebody's being paid by the state, that by the State Department, and they might be, I'm not saying they are, but they might be co-opted by the CIA. That's like a gang member saying, I'm not saying he's an informant, but he might be wearing a wire. You're putting a target on that person's back. And you can go on YouTube and look, the tethers were eating that up. Now you want to sit up there and be all like, I don't know what, nobody mad at me. I didn't even say that. Come on, you know what you were doing. Caller from area code 909.
Hey, what's up? My name is Jay. I'm coming out of the LA area. Yeah, I was listening to the live. I can't tune in late. But yeah, I listened to your other videos with Dr. Smalls. Yeah, I was really displeased with what he was saying because, I mean, clearly, he represents the Pan-African movement, but I mean, he's FBA. He knows everything that's going on, and it's just like, it seemed like he was just being disrespectful, number one, for some type of unseen beef with Tariq, but then to diss the whole lineage, that was a whole other thing, because obviously, I mean, we have to delineate. I mean, obviously, I've seen over my life how we relate with the people from the rest of the diaspora over here in America, and it's not nothing pleasant. So I don't know why he's trying to play that role, like he don't really see it. Obviously, he has some type of profit to be gained from his positions. Because I watched the Colored movies when they first came out and everything, and I was quite impressed. But I mean, hey, I mean, me personally, I've been with the whole Pan-African thing too. I'm an '80s baby, so I went through that whole movement. I even hung around Africans for a long period, and I realized myself that Africans and African Americans, FBAs, we different people. They know it. We know it. It's just we know now that they're trying to use us to tether on to us for benefits over here in this country when they haven't really worked to fix their country over there. So, but yeah, I was real displeased with that. I was also displeased. I heard another caller mention Dana with the dollar, Judge Joe Brown's niece. Yeah, I was kind of displeased with that too because she was really hating on Tariq a lot. But I mean, I don't see what the big deal is with people. I mean, honestly, I just think that everybody who's against it, tethers, whatever, they need to just go ahead and just sit back, play their role, you know what I'm saying, as we run this fade, with white tea supremacy. I mean, just like that. Yeah. So
that's true.
Yeah.
You can disagree all you want to, but the second you start getting in the way, that's when we got to move you out the way. That's when we got to move you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Appreciate your call.
All right, for sure. One love, man.
All right. One love, brother. All right. We got a lot of callers, and people keep calling in. There's a possibility we might not get to everybody, but we're going to get to the people, especially the people who've been waiting. So I definitely want to make sure we get to you guys, just to let you guys know we respect your time. Caller from area code 443.
Peace, Afro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, this is Brother Yusuf from Baltimore, Maryland, the 410. I'm calling to represent for the FBA. Listen, I'm going to be brief about this whole situation. It's a lot of old black people who are resting on their laurels. They're resting on their alleged accomplishments that they made us perceive that they did so much for us and our people. But they're showing their real true colors as time reveals. I just pray to God that I leave this earth before I do some of the goofy stuff that they've been doing. It's all across the board. Okay? Respect is a two-way street. I was taught to respect our elders. A lot of us was brought up the same way, and that's cool and that's fine. But that's not an invitation for disrespect. Okay? And the fact of the matter is, that Dr. Smalls disrespected over 45 million FBA people. He thinks that he's back in the 70s where we had such low self-esteem that we take any kind of abuse, and it's a new day. And I just wanted to point out just one thing for all the people that's my age and going up. We need to take our pen and paper and learn from these lessons, okay? It doesn't matter how much you allegedly did in this time now if you're going to go and erase all that progress, 30, 40 years in the future, okay? If you want respect for what you've done, then respect what you allegedly done for the people. If you respect Black people, Black American people, your people, then you need to keep that up until you go into the dirt so we can respect you. If you come and you do all this good work allegedly, and then you come back in the end of time and you want to erase that, that's on you, and we're going to accept that from you. And that's what Dr. Smalls is doing right now. On the delineation, here's the thing about Pan-Africanism that we had to learn, because I represented that. A lot of us represented that, and we did it in good faith. But the thing is that they've always delineated. And worse than that, they delineated based on the lines that's drawn by their own oppressors, based on the lines that is drawn by the white supremacists. Okay? Kenya didn't exist until white people said it did. Nigeria didn't exist until white people said it did. Egypt is something that white people created and gave it a European name. It wasn't even called Egypt. But we accept that, and where's the Pan-Africanist when it comes to educating these people? They're MIA. So if you want to stand on Pan-Africanism, stand on it. We're good over here, FBA. Peace, and appreciate your time.
Appreciate you, brother. And that's real talk. I mean, they ain't even standing on their own business in their own homeland. And we're supposed to be sitting up there giving people grace and all that. No, we're not doing that. We are not doing that. Caller from area code 404. I'm trying to get to the call as quickly as possible. Caller from area code 404.
Yeah, I got a question. What's the difference between foundational Black American and indigenous American?
The foundational Black American, well, there are foundational Black Americans who are indigenous. A lot of foundational Black Americans do have indigenous ties. However, we realize and we recognize that there was a slave trade, and roughly around 5%. People kind of argue the numbers of the slaves that were imported towards in the North American continent, and they were mixed in and amalgamated with the indigenous slaves that were here, and that together, because of the ethnogenesis, that's the thing. The ethnogenesis makes us foundational to America.
Okay, then. I was just asking because I've been doing my research, and I found that it was a guy that came to America before Columbus. His name was Vanchusi Sabonis, something like that, and he came here first. And he said it was already, Negro was already over here, people of color, a melanated people here. So that's why I was just trying to figure out what's the difference between indigenous and foundational. But you just broke it down for me, so I thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Yep, appreciate that. All right, caller from area code 267. You're on live.
Afro Elite.
Brother, what's on your mind? Talk to me. What's
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Curtis
you.
in Philadelphia. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. Talk to me. I know you got I know you got it on your mind. Tell us what's on your mind, brother.
No, I just wanted to call and say thank you. And keep up the good work. I got too much on my mind today, man. I was contemplating our brothers early this morning, man. Some kind of tired. So I just call and say, man, God bless you, man. Just keep up the good work, okay, man?
Thank you, brother.
Okay, because I'm going to let other callers get, man. Okay, man. I'll talk to you, brother. Okay.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. All right, that's our good brother, Curtis. You gotta love the regulars. You gotta love them. Caller from area code 817. You're on live.
Hey, what's going on? This Afro. This is B1 Business. Afro, can you hear me?
I hear you.
What's going on, man? Peace, love, and reparations to you. Great broadcast again tonight. I just wanted to touch on a few things. Peace to the family. Peace to the chat. A few things, I was listening to everybody. That's been speaking,
and some of the points that was made. And I was on the other night. I was saying how disappointed in Dr. Smalls about his comments and all of that. And y'all, you absolutely right. You touched on it. The respecting, it goes both ways. And not only that, Professor Smalls knows exactly what he's doing. Like all the stripes he say he got, and we know he got. I'm not saying this, propaganda as far as his stripes. We know how he been putting it down all his life or whatever. We know his resume. So knowing that, we know what he's doing when he even references COINTELPRO or working with the CIA and mixing it and mentioning Tariq's name all in the same, like in the same statement. We know what he's doing when he do that, and he knows what he's doing when he do that. He knows. So that's very disrespectful. And also, like you said, calling us cowards, he was like, if you want to be cowards and, take up for America and this and that and not fight for Mother Africa, we like, man, really, Doc? And then another contradiction he said was that, I am FBA. But I saw that video where he said, I saw that was on Facebook. He said, I woke, it was early in the morning. I woke up, I was getting my kids ready and whatever, and I seen it and clicked on it. And he was like, I'm not FBA, I'm not ADOS. He said that out of his mouth. Then when he got on the panel with Dr. Mayad and and that other guy, he said, I am FBA. I love FBA, and ain't nothing you can do about it. Big contradiction. My last point is one of your callers earlier, probably about 30 minutes ago, said that he got on Tazariak's panel with Sarnetta and all of them. Well, if you know anything about the conscious community, Sarnetta and Tazariak, the other, some of the, not so much Pan-Africans, but the people that's on the Kemite, the Kemet guys, they big up Africa and Kemet and ancient Egypt. Well, they battle. They go head to head with each other with the Hebrew Israelites and the Moors and the Muslims. They all banging. They all banging on each other, whatever. Well, they came together. They put all that aside just to bang on FBA and Tariq, just like the Democrats and the Republicans. You see, the Democrats and the Republicans, they'll get together and vote on some stuff to keep us from getting anything, and they'll get together, to do something for immigrants or whatever. But, they not doing nothing for FBA, not the foundation of Black Americans. They make sure they don't do nothing for Black Americans. Well, that's the same thing to Zariak. All of them guys did. They got together. They bang on each other hard. Tazariak don't like no Africans. He don't like no Egyptians. He say he don't. They not his brother. He say a Puerto Rican is more close to him than the African is. But they all over there getting together. They all band together to go against Tariq. You see what I'm saying? They just don't make him the leader. But we already know, like you said, the code is the leader. So I'll just end with that, man. I appreciate you giving me a chance to speak. The panel I'm not their panel, but what you got going over here is live. It's mega live, and you pushing the envelope, man. You doing your thing, man. You young guys, y'all. I'm older than y'all, so it's good to see you young guys carrying that torch. And like you say, it don't matter what goes on. This movement is gonna continue. The FBA movement is going to continue, and the delineation movement will continue. With that said, I'll land my plane.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Right on.
All right.
Right on.
That's true. Yeah, he knew what just the implication of the CIA. He knew what that was, and he saw everybody else is forming together like the damn Avengers to go after FBA. He says he's not an FBA. He claimed that after he spoke at the first FBA rally, and he was supposed to be at the FBA Expo. So it's not like he didn't know what FBA was before. Now he's saying he's super FBA. He's more FBA than everybody else. Caller from area code 424. You're on live.
What's up, Afro? This is Dominique, man. I'm calling from Los Angeles. How are you doing?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good. So I'm gonna be a little more calm this time than I usually am when I call in. But I'm gonna keep it short. I'm just gonna encourage everybody. We're under attack from everybody because we have no friends out here, and so it might seem like that. They're gaining ground and they're doing a lot, but I want everybody to stay encouraged because we're winning. And that's why the tethers and the YT community and all our other enemies are so mad. It's because we're winning. We're winning, and so we just need to keep on doing what we're doing. I'm very proud of you, young brother, because you are standing on business, and I support you 100%. I just wanted to say one thing about the James Small situation. I say this every time I call in, but we have to be careful of who we try to partner with and all these other things. And, Pan-Africanism is directly opposed to what we're trying to do. As FBA, we put Black Americans first. Pan-Africanism is kind of the opposite. We don't benefit from Pan-Africanism. Everybody else does. And they benefit off of our hard work, and they ride on our accomplishments. And it's like they just ride our backs, and we get nothing out of it. We're the beasts of burden when it comes to Pan-Africanism. So that's why I never agreed with that. And one last thing, I want people to be very careful of where they get their information from. We have to become very, very adept at identifying people when they're cosplaying, and also identifying people when they're just saying what they need to say because they have an objective. Like there's been a couple of mentions about Dana with the data. She started out as just, interviewing Judge Joe Brown about his mayoral race in Memphis, and then she started poking her nose in our business. And she said some greasy things about Tariq and about our movement and our lineage. And so, I just want people to understand you have to examine these people very carefully and keep a record of what they're doing. When she did that, I think it's because she either has somebody in her family that's an immigrant, or she's half immigrant, or she has a spouse or somebody she's seeing that's an immigrant. People have motives for what they do, just like with this Phil Scott guy. And I told you one time when I called before, we were on his bumper several years ago because he hid the fact that his wife is not Black. She's half white and half Mexican. So to me, that means she's a YT. She's in the YT community. And so that was his motive for coming out against reparations. So he'll say a few good things, and then they'll say things that are, you're like, well, why did they say that? So people have their motives. And one last thing, I'll keep it short and I'm going to land my plane on this. That Phil Scott guy, about 7 to 10 years ago, well, longer than that, when he first started his YouTube channel,
Okay, brother.
his whole thing was pointing out he's pointing out the ratchetness of Black women is what I'm trying to say. So he totally flipped that and tried to delete all these videos that he did about ratchetness of Black women and the Black community and all that. So anyway, he flipped his whole script and became like a African advocate or whatever. So, you have to search people's background. That's my point. So I will land right there. And love to everybody in the FBA family. I love you guys. And everybody have a good evening.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right.
I appreciate that. Here, I'm gonna say this. We're gonna establish this rule going forward. The thing is that I've never heard of. I don't know about what people are talking about with Dana. I got to look into that. I haven't heard of that. So I have to look into that. I don't know that she has anything against Tariq. If she does, I need to find that out. People are saying that she does. People are saying she doesn't. So I don't know. I know Phil Scott is for reparations, though, for specifically foundational Black Americans. I know he was doing the Pan-African thing for a minute. So people are bringing up other people who are not the subject of tonight's live stream and saying, oh, Dana said this, Phil said this, and I'm all like, okay, I don't know that. So, and if I don't correct it, it makes it seem as if I'm co-signing what another caller has. Now, if y'all get, and I'm not saying what you're saying is not true. I'm saying that I can't co-sign it because I have to look into it. You know. Now, it may be true, it may not be true, but I got to look into that independently. But when people bring up other uh, influencers and YouTubers and saying this, and this, is almost like, okay, you're throwing shots, maybe legitimate, may not be, maybe personal, may not be, but then it will come off as if I said that or I co-signed that because this is my channel. You know what I'm saying? So going forward, we're just going to stick with the subject. If you want to address somebody, then let's ask about that first, because then I can tell you if I know about who you're referring to or not. Because then when you start name dropping people and I don't know, or I don't know the context of the situation you bring up, it gets messy that way. But let's continue. Let's get to caller from area code 706.
What's up, brother Afro? This EJ, aka Eric Johnson from Twitter. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
Yeah, man. Long time no see. I'm glad that you still, holding it down for the FBA family. Now, when it comes to this older dude, because I don't consider him an elder, the way that he was disrespecting our lineage and our culture. And this is the thing about Pan-Africanists. They don't never practice what they preach. If you're going to be about Pan-Africanism, I don't never see a lot of these dudes like Umar who be stuck in, their mother's basement, yelling at people about donations. I don't never see these people in these, other countries trying to become citizens. They always run their ass back to America, asking us for a helping hand. And this just goes to show you that we're doing so much good work in the community. You're always going to have haters like that Twitter that called up earlier, trying to just block off the momentum. And I give you credit, brother, because I be listening to you, on your For the Culture, YouTube channel with the sister ZZ and the sister BA. You have the patience to deal with these tethers. And I made a goal of me not getting on TikTok because my roasting capabilities would give me a lifetime ban. So, you have the patience to deal with these people and have real constructive conversations. But when it comes to dudes like this, this older that you're talking about now on the panel, and when it comes to, people like that in the so-called the Pan-African movement, this just goes to show you that a lot of them don't practice what they preach. They'll always come back to us when they're supposed to be of our lineage, wagging their finger. But when it comes to these tethers and their downright blatant disrespect towards our lineage and our people, and even to their own people in their homeland, see, they don't practice they don't really practice what they preach, because they talk about Black Americans not having no culture. But if you look at a video of kids running through a village or even walking through a downtown district of their village in their homeland, you'll see them wearing clothes like us, you'll see them wearing clothes like us, listening to our music, dancing like us. But you don't ever hear these Pan-Africanists talk about what they need to do to get themselves together. You see them making Asian village leaders. You see them building white Jesus statues. But you don't never hear these older, Pan-Africanists who say that they've been putting in the work for Black American culture and so-called unity amongst other melanated people. You don't really see them go back and forth with these, so-called disrespectful Africans. So, the moral of the story is we need to delineate from people like this older dude that you're talking about, this James Elder, whatever the hell his name is, because I didn't really know the dude until he started talking disrespectful about, the people who've been putting the work in. And, a lot of these older people do need to sit down and let the younger generation handle their business, because they're stuck in their old ways. You can teach an older person something new every day, but most of the time, and this within Black American culture, sometimes we just got to let some of our elders stay in their ways, because, a lot of these older people are hard-headed. You can only get to a few of them, and that's why most of them, if not a large percentage of them, are just coons. And you just got to let a coon stay in a coon's place and just, keep doing your work. But, brother, with that being said, salute to you. And I do got one more request, brother. Can you please get back on Twitter and do a Twitter space, man? Me and Black Afro been holding it down for the family, and the whole family been missing you, brother. So it'd be good to get, the whole gang back together, because y'all still be giving me classic memories of those Twitter spaces y'all was running a couple of years ago. But with that being said, brother, I'll land my plane. Salute to you, brother.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll tap back in.
All right.
Back in. But that's true. The saying is you can't teach. Sorry, the saying is you can't teach an old dog new tricks. They say that, right? The issue that we have with people, the people who get old, the elders in the community, the elders, what you want to call it, is they get stuck in their ways and they don't adapt. They don't evolve and learn because in their mind, they've been doing this when we were young. So they don't see it as we know what they know. They will always and forever see it as I know more than you. There's nothing you can teach me. I know more than you. And they look at it like, well, I'm still the parent of the situation, you know, so I can't really learn anything from you. Yeah, you might know a couple of things I don't know, but I'm always really going to know more than you. So you can't really teach nobody who thinks they know it. You can't teach a student if the student think they know more than what the teacher knows. You ain't teaching the student nothing. And this is what happens. So you got to write people off at a certain point. You really do. Caller from area code 206. 206.
What up, brother Elite? This is Jay Dizzle from Seattle.
What's on your mind, brother?
All right, so I don't know if you covered this already, but I was just thinking. So, and I don't even know if it's true or not. I don't know if I believe him or not. But if Professor Small lost a deal for $1 million, nearly $1 million, right? Because they heard a video from him calling out tethers 10 years ago, then that would mean that they identify as tethers, right?
Yeah, they took offense to it.
The businessman, the government, whatever, that means that they identify as tethers. And if that's the case, that means Pan-Africanism could never really work. Like, if their highest levels, you know what I'm saying, are feeling some kind of way about what he said, that means they identify with that. Because you would think after 100 years, with these countries being 95% black, that there would be like Pan-African power moves being made on the government level, on business level. His hotel shouldn't be struggling like that. He shouldn't be needing donations, and they shouldn't be blocking deals like that. So it's almost suspect to the point to where he still wants us to go for Pan-Africanism when he knows it's not even working for him.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Why would we're supposed to be doing this as this big African family, right? Think about it, as this big African family, but yet we got to hide what we really think. We got to hide our criticisms. We got to archive different videos and stuff like that and walk on eggshells to make deals with Africans. We got to do that for real. It's not as if
we got to compromise
Professor Smalls is asking for charity or donations. He's bringing money. He's putting money in their pockets, and you got to think we got to hide and archive who we really are and play as if we don't think this way to do deals with them. That's the Pan-Africanism we're supposed to aspire to, for real.
Well, remember, he also said that he helped them get well water. He gave them medical supplies. Like, so he's doing all this stuff for them. They're not reciprocating anything. Because if they had a deal for $800,000, that means it was going to be mutually beneficial. That means the other party was going to profit. You're telling me they threw that profit away because they were offended by what you said about tethers. He didn't say it about like all Africans or all Ghanaians. He said tethers specifically the ones that are trying to undermine, being parasitic, and that are economic enemies. Like he made it very, very specific.
Mm-hmm.
So if that rattled their feathers, that's very telling in itself. So that means that how could we have Pan-Africanism if at the highest level of their business and government, they're identifying as tethers?
Mm-hmm.
And listen, I'm not going to tell anybody about how they should like have smoke for the good professor. I'm not going to disrespect them personally. But I put it like this, though, man. We don't need any permission to course correct for our own survival. We don't need the elders' permission for that. Because if we don't do that, then we're not going to make it. And if FBA gets compromised, that means the whole black race is food. We're cooked. Because, like, we're the front line. So this self-preservation that we're doing is actually it's actually beneficial to everybody if they see the big picture. And the fact that a lot of these Pan-Africanisms are acting like they don't get it, especially because he knows exactly what delineation is and how important it is. He knows exactly how dangerous these tethers are. So and he knows that they're not supporting him in his endeavors. He needs us to support it. So it was really bad business him saying what he said about Tariq and fumbling that bag, because that hidden color 6, he could have parlayed that into some support, because we was the only ones supporting him anyway. So it's just looking funny across the board to me, man.
Yeah. Talk about going out sad. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you.
Yes,
It is
sir.
funny, yeah. I mean, way to go. Talk about going out sad, man. Talk about going out sad. Way to crash your ship. Caller from area code 609.
Yo, Afro, what's up?
What's going on, brother?
Family, you know what, man? The whole Pan-African thing, man, they can never show us no results what's going on Africa. We ask them, okay, Pan-African, show us the results over in Africa where it's happened, where Foundation Black America, where we thriving over there. They can't show us none. And all we just saying, look, we're not immigrants. We're Black Americans. That's all we're saying. We don't hate them. We're not mules, man. They want us to, they want us to support Africans. They want us to go out here and support illegal immigrants. They want us to support Palestinians. No, we're not mules. Like the sister said, we're not kids. Every day I gotta hear about how y'all foundational. The first Africa came over in 70. I don't want no history lesson. I'm a Black American, foundational Black American. That's all it is. It's no coalition. It never was. All Pan-African is the hate on foundational Black America. That's all it is. They can't show us no results over in Africa. They got a genocide going over there in Sudan. They're not talking about that. Nigerians getting kicked out by Ghana. Talk about that. Leave us alone. That's all we say. Just leave us alone, man. We don't got nothing to do with this. And before I go, fam, you was talking yesterday about Brandon Johnson when he was talking about Black Americans escaping the South and going to the North. Guess what we didn't have? We didn't have a sanctuary city. We didn't have EBT cards. We didn't have free housing. We didn't have that. And the same thing with Jasmine Crockett. Talking about, listen, white supremacists up in the White House. You can't talk to us about no white supremacy when your party had voted to honor one. You know, fam, I'm sick and tired of these Pan-Africans. I'm sick of these Africans. I'm done with it. All of it, man. Keep up the work, man.
Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We didn't have all of these sanctuary cities with the police. We faced crazy amounts of police harassment. So much so Dr. King was surprised. He said this was worse. Chicago was worse than the South when it came to the amount of bigotry and racism he faced. So we didn't escape or flee nothing. We made a strategic move to move in a higher state in our country that we built. Okay? And it wasn't even all of us that did it. Caller from area code 808. Caller from area code 808. 818, my bad, 818.
Peace, brother. I'm kind of calling backwards. I'm calling to defend Professor Smalls.
Okay.
Here's the thing. First of all, I want to ask when did we stop allowing our elders to have their say, even if they might be off a little bit?
Can I get your name real quick?
Sorry, brother. My name is Tony.
Tony, okay.
And I'm in Sacramento currently. I see it's an 818 number. I'll be back in LA next week. But number one, he's our elder, and he has been a wise voice in our community before we had the term FBA. Number two, let me say about myself, I don't identify as FBA specifically. I identify with what FBA stands for, but I call myself an Aboriginal American.
Good.
Now, I think that what has happened here is that we have to consider two different questions. One, did he disrespect FBA? Two, what he said about Tariq. Number one, yeah, he disrespected us. He disrespected our thing, but this is that age gap, that generation gap that we talk about. And I think that we have to be forgiving and understand that when our elder makes that. It's like when they changed from what did they used to say? Before Oriental to Asian. and all the old men went, what I can't say Oriental no more. And it created confusion. I think it intentionally creates confusion, but I think that's what's happening in this case with our elder, and we ought to have respect enough to allow him that misstep. 2, let's go back to Tariq now. I have questions about Tariq and his background. Professor Smalls ain't the first person to make that inference as relates to Tariq Nasheed. His background is shady. Let's be honest. It doesn't mean that that does not negate FBA and what it is. We're talking about the man versus the organization. Who knows the organization? So, I mean, FBA, but between the lineage, the difference. I don't want to conflate the two. So that does not mean that Tariq is, that we ditch all FBA because we don't trust Tariq. Okay. But it is fair to ask that question, I think. And if we can't ask that question, how can we have a conversation? This would be like the same thing that happened to the Panthers when they weren't asking that question and they got infiltrated. I was personally at Occupy Wall Street in New York and saw the infiltration after the fact, dudes that were there who were getting covered by the newspapers who ended up on TV shows somehow, that sort of thing. So those questions have to be asked no matter who it is, even if it's our beloved brother who gave a name to the movement or to the lineage. He can be questioned as well.
Okay.
And if the brother ain't got no evidence, then cool, then we dismiss it. But there's a brother named Mike TV here on YouTube, for example, who has gone deep into Tariq's background and found some ugly things. So the question can be asked.
And Mike TV knows who I am. Mike TV has been on this channel before. Me and Mike TV has gotten into it. Mike TV is a damn grifter, a half-breed mulatto grifter. I don't trust nothing Mike TV has to say about it. And Mike TV is also suspect too. I got a whole video, and trust me, I've ruined Mike TV's career. He knows who I am. But for the sake of time,
my only point is we have to be able to ask the question.
Okay, now here's the thing. Here's the thing. With the whole Tariq's background and shady and all that stuff, it wasn't shady enough for Professor Small not to be in the documentary. Not to be in any and all of the documentaries. Think about that. Think about it. If everybody should be questioned, I should be questioned. Hell. But the thing is that if I invite you and you want to come to the rally and you're speaking at this event and you're speaking at this event and you're on this documentary, you're on this documentary, you're on this documentary, in my credentials question, if you think that if you're doing all of this close work, and Professor Small referred to him as a son because he did, and you're this close to him personally, and then say, well, I think you might be a little suspect. You might have been suspect the whole time. What does that say about you? That's my thing.
It says that you didn't do background research well. That's what it says.
No, and then hold on. Let me ask this also. Was Professor Small asking about Tariq's background? Was he asking about that? Or was he implying...
We don't know the answer to that question. We don't know.
No, because we saw what he said. But Tony, we saw what he said.
Yeah.
We saw what he said. And he was implying that FBA as the movement and Tariq Nasheed were compromised. Cowardly, if not compromised. Multiple times. And that Tariq was not that smart of a person. But, and the thing is that when you talk about extending grace was extended the first time he did it. And then he had a conversation with Tariq and had that cleared up. And then circled back out of anger that a video resurfaced and closed his deal in Ghana. And then he said the same stuff again. So you can't extend grace the second time as if he didn't know. He been knew who Tariq was for years. He's been working with Tariq for years. He's known what FBA was for years. So we're not gonna sit up there and act like, oh well, when they're old and they're out the loop. He's not out the loop, and we can't give him the excuse that he is. He's not out the loop.
That's fair. But let me just say this again: the way he said that, it sounds to me like he's conflating whatever stinks in FBA with Tariq, not with FBA itself. At least that's how I heard it. It's like saying if the leader at the top is rotten, then the body of the thing is rotten. You know, that's what it sounds like to me. But, you know, as I'm going to bring up Occupy Wall Street again. I was there on the ground, and I was a true believer in that movement. I've later come to understand that it was a government movement, that I fell for it, that was set up and planned the whole time. So now I was there as a true believer. I was putting my heart and soul into that. But the thing I was putting my heart and soul into had been founded by a dirty organization, the U.S. government. And that's a similar thing. It doesn't mean that I wasn't doing all from my heart that I was doing there, just like when I say that I'm of the lineage of FBA or of Aboriginal Americans. I'm all in.
Now, do you?
But
now,
it doesn't mean I follow the man who gave it the name.
Okay. Is Tariq the leader of FBA?
No, he claims not to be, and I wouldn't assign him that. And I didn't need Tariq to give me this, identity. I had this identity before Tariq was on there.
So if Tariq is not the leader of FBA and FBA is independent of Tariq, which is true, it's a lineage that's independent of any one man, then his attacks against Tariq was not about where he saw the movement going. It was a personal thing. He made personal. When you say the way to defeat somebody is with knowledge of history, because Tariq doesn't really know history. He's a good researcher, but I can beat him. That's a personal shot. That's not a critical reflection of the movement or a critique of the movement. That's a shot.
It is, but it's our culture as well. It's men.
No, bro, it's
sparring,
not. We're in the same movement.
It's hip hop.
No, come
yeah,
on,
but it's hip hop, brother. It's how we communicate. I got my chain's bigger than your chain. It's hip hop. That's all that is. It's black bravado. Can't put the brother down for that. Yeah.
Okay, now
That's
you
just
just
black
reaching.
bravado.
Now we're gonna wrap that up then, because
All right, my brother.
you're being disingenuous at this point. Because if you're saying that
No,
somebody, if you're saying that somebody's credentials is illegitimate and they don't really have legitimate credentials, and
no, he said
they're not a real historian, which he said twice. He did. Now, mind you,
he said I'm a better. He said he was a better historian.
No, because he said
than
in the
Tariq.
first time when he was with that other with that other Bucci Bear dude, he was all like, well, Tariq's not no real historian like that. Tariq, he knows some facts, but he doesn't really retain information. And he's on a panel with someone who's an op against Tariq. And then be all like, well, no, that's our culture. No, that's not. That's sneak dissing.
No, that's direct dissing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Is that no, it's Tony. Because if first off, it's disrespectful either way, and we're not. This is not hip hop. We can't put that. Hip hop is a different thing. And if he did say that, he would say that on his own personal platform. But if you're sitting up here, also in our culture is loyalty. Because if you're sitting up there buddy with somebody who's an op to me, and you're dissing me in front of my op, and then talk about, I was just playing. No, that's not no just playing then. I'm not going to take that as you just playing. Especially if this is the second time you did it. To me, that's not just playing.
Well, I think that's between the two men. And I think Tariq handled it.
It could have stayed. Hold on, brother. It could have stayed between the two men. Small brought everybody involved when he spoke about FBA as a movement and called us all cowards and uninformed and said we don't know who we really are. He brought everybody into it. If it could have stayed between both of them if he would have just called Tariq on the phone. Small is the one who went to the internet mouthing off and woofing and got everybody involved. Now everybody's involved. Now the cat's out the bag now because of what Professor Small decided to do.
That is true, but I still think that we need to make a clear distinction. Before I leave this call, I want to make the clear distinction between what he said about FBA versus what he said about Tariq, because those are separate things, and we ought to be bright enough as a community to treat those as separate questions.
What question Because from what I saw, he never, not only that interview, but also that Facebook post, he never asked a question. He was making definitive statements and assumptions. It wasn't a question. He was
No, I'm
implying
talking
things. So
about the
what was the
ideas that
question
we're
he asked?
discussing here, not what he wrote on Facebook. I'm talking about the idea that I started off with this call with, the point that we have to separate when he's talking about Tariq versus when he's talking about FBA.
Okay.
And because those things have to be kept separately.
Okay.
It's okay
You're saying he's
for our
questioning.
elder to question
Okay.
Tariq and his
You're
background.
saying he's questioning, because if we're gonna go there, then Smalls is questionable. If we're gonna do that,
Well, then let's question them both. That's fine. I'm okay with
because
that.
what it's sounding
I'm-
like,
I'm
and this
not
is something I
defending
picked
him.
up from the beginning, it's sounding like you feel some type of way about Tariq. So you
No,
don't
I
mind the
certainly don't
fact that
trust Tariq.
somebody
I
is
think
being
I said
shaded.
that.
Hold on. You didn't say that. You did imply that when you brought up Mike TV and talked about Mike TV's credentials or his quote unquote receipts on Tariq, even though Mike TV
Yeah.
used to praise Tariq, and then he realized that it was more money trying to condemn Tariq. So Mike TV, the grifting mulatto, decided to switch his stance and platform. And I already exposed that on this channel. But it
I'll have to go
shows
and check
that the
those
fact
videos
that you
out.
believe that, or the fact that you think that is any bit legitimate, shows that you feel some type of way about Tariq. So you're trying to say, well, hold on, Professor Smalls does have a legitimate room or legitimacy in questioning Tariq. And my thing is, okay, fine.
No, you're mistaken. Now you're putting words in my
Tony.
mouth.
Hold
No.
on. Because my thing is
Okay.
fine. If we're gonna go with that, fine. Where was the
No,
question?
brother, no, but I didn't say that. You said that.
What? No,
That is
you
not what
said
I
he
said.
can. Tony, you said he can
No,
question.
but let me state it for you. There won't be a question. What I'm saying is, no, I do not fully trust Tariq Nasheed.
Okay,
That's
okay.
direct. I don't fully trust him. I did not get that opinion from Mike TV. I happened to see what Mike TV's work did. But I started out praising Tariq as well. I was a big fan of Tariq and praised his work as well. But after doing some research of my own, I just didn't feel comfortable with Tariq any longer. I've got nothing bad to say about the brother. I just don't trust him altogether. That's all.
Do you trust Tariq more
And
than
so-
you trust? Who do you think is more trustworthy, Tariq or Professor Small?
That's not a fair question. I don't know either of them well enough really to answer that.
You're defending Professor
So-
Small though. You came here in defense.
I
That's
am.
the first thing you
I'm
said. So
defending his right to question anyone within a large movement in our community. Anyone.
if
There's
Tariq,
no one above
hold
reproach.
on, if Tariq did the same thing, if the roles were reversed, and Tariq was going on multiple interviews and multiple videos disparaging Professor Small, would you call in to defend Tariq's right to question Professor Small?
100% I would, bro.
Sure. Okay.
It's my nature. Yes, I would.
Mm.
Because I believe very much in that. And so that's really the point I wanted to make is before we have seen that we have some power now. FBA is showing, I mean, look at the Black Friday and stuff. Let's not get drunk on our power and start eating our own. Let's not get drunk on our power and start throwing it around loosely. We can do something with this if we mold it properly. So, I mean, like the way we've jumped on this, brother, I think is a little bit dangerous. We need to back off and just have a look. We get emotional about these things because it's about our personal identity. But let's remember who
he's
we
the
are.
one Professor Small is the one who got emotional. He said it himself that he was already
But
he
I'm
was
listening to the
pissed
phone
off
calls
and
tonight.
frustrated.
We're all emotional.
Oh no, Tony. Professor Small
Yeah.
said he was pissed off that deal got interrupted with him in the African from Ghana.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah, that's
lashed
a
out
normal human
emotionally.
emotion.
And by him lashing out, by him lashing out emotionally, he put a target on Tariq's back, and he delegitimized, or he said things that would delegitimize the entire movement. That's what he did.
So then in that case, we should not adopt his methodology.
We're
should
not.
do something
I'm
that
not
works
doing.
better.
No, we're not doing that. But we're calling out the hypocrisy of him now trying to walk that back. Because now he's sitting up there acting obtuse as to why people are frustrated. Now he's sitting up here acting like he didn't say that. So we're not saying putting anything in his mouth. We're not even implying anything. We're saying, no, you said this a week ago. Now you're acting like we're making it up.
Yeah, well, he's come back out and eaten some crow on that other podcast and kind of apologized and taken and claimed FBA now. He's seen the error of his ways.
Mm-hmm.
And whether that's from a pure place or a disingenuous place, we have to allow for it, I think, because we don't know the man's motivation.
Yeah,
so we ought to consider that.
I feel like the motivation was clear enough. He expressed his motivation. And to be honest, we don't need to extend grace indefinitely. We don't need to be a place where you can just make endless mistakes like that. Truth be told, we got a movement. We got an operation we got to work on.
But brother, we need our elders. We need our elders.
And the elders can't backstab people. What good is an elder that backstabs the youth? What good is hold on? What good is an elder that backstabs the youth? What good is that?
We expose them and we do away with them, but we also have to understand that their wisdom. I worked with Felipe Luciano, who was the founder of the Young Lords. He was friends with all the Black Panthers.
I'm gonna let you land because we're gonna wrap it up soon.
All right, brother. I'm gonna leave it right there. Peace to all of you. Thank you for your work, young brother. I appreciate you so much. And everybody have a great night.
All right, you too. All right.
Peace.
Mm-hmm. See that thing? He got a personal issue with Tariq, so of course he didn't mind. What was done was shady as hell. It was. It was not no mistake. And the fact that you bring up Mike TV, who the hell thinks Mike TV is a legitimate person? That shows how out of the loop you are. You don't know Mike TV. I'm Mike TV's nightmare. Mike TV knows what this is. Mike TV. He's been destroyed, completely defeated. Mike TV is garbage. Okay? This is garbage mulatto grifter who's suspect. But no, you got an issue with Tariq. And Professor Small didn't even question anything. You think that anybody is dissing Tariq, you came to defend. If Tariq did the same thing, you would not be sitting up there defending Tariq against Professor Small. I don't believe that at all. You would not be doing that. You wouldn't be. But you're running to Professor Small's defense because you got a bone to pick with Tariq. That's what it is. And then bring it, oh no, it's hip hop. It's hip hop culture. To sneak to, no, that's shady. And that's disloyal. That's what that is. Talk about, well, no, we do that in rap. No, we don't. No, we don't. And this ain't rap. Caller from area code 414.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay. I am in Milwaukee. My whole thing is about the whole Tariq and Professor Small. I think we've heard enough about that. We got Nicki Minaj at the UN. We got the African Union speaking on our reparations. We got so much other stuff that is going on that I think we need to put this behind us and try to work forward now. So what's the next move? How can Nicki Minaj go to the United Nations to speak, and we can't get anybody to go to speak for ourselves? So what's the next move?
Well, we do have people who are speaking, going to reparations events and all of that stuff. We have people who are speaking up for ourselves. Nicki Minaj is selected. It's not like she's doing this out of the kindness of her heart. She's selected to do it. So that's just why she's doing it.
Right. Yeah. So that's my only thing. It's like we're talking about this Professor Smalls for 2 weeks now, and it's like there's other things that we need to get to.
But
we haven't put in and everything. So whatever needs to be done.
But as true as that is, I can speak on this channel. Professor Small was not at all the topic of yesterday's live stream, or the one before, or the one before. So it's not like we're fixated and obsessed. And I'm not even saying you're saying that, but it sounds like that's kind of what you were saying.
No, I'm just saying.
Or around what you were saying. Because we've been talking on a plethora of different topics since Professor Small. But he's recently come out with a video walking his statement back. So we're just addressing that.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that that video. So, but I know on other platforms, I'm still hearing about Professor Smalls and stuff like that. So that's the only reason why I called in. Like, okay. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you. Okay. I guess we should care more about what Nicki Minaj is doing. That's what we need to do. We focus on the wrong person. We need to be checking for what Nicki Minaj is doing at the UN. Need to begin on her page. Caller from area code 254. We'll wrap it up here. Ooh, caller from area code 254. Well, all right then, that's fine. I guess we'll take this one last one. Caller from area code 281.
Hey, Afro, it's Descendants from Greatness. I wasn't going to call, but these last few callers really pissed me off. So I just want to say this. I don't really care about how these people feel about Tariq because his past is the past. They're not God. But past that, if they want to throw away Tariq and act like they're fake morally upright, then they're going to have to throw away Malcolm X because Malcolm X had a past. If you Google his past, if you get on Google right now and say, was Malcolm X a criminal? It'll say yes. He was a drug dealer, a pimp, and other different things. But yet he led the civil rights movement. His past did not dictate who he became in life, and neither should Tariq's. So these people want to try to throw Tariq's name under the bus so that they can discredit the FBA movement. Yet these same tethers and pan-scan Africans want to use Malcolm X to pigeonhole FBA and try to wiggle into our lineage and try to morally chastise us and try to tell us our history as if we didn't live that history, as if our ancestors did not live that history, as if we don't know our history. So they want to play in our face. They're the ignorant ones. And that's all I have to say.
That's very true. And the thing is that the movement is not about Tariq. This is not Tariq's movement. This is a movement about the entire lineage. We got to understand that. And they keep, well, Tariq's background is something like this, something like this. Okay, well, let's, what do you want? What do you want us to do then? You want Tariq to disappear at that point? And then notice when I said, okay, well, if that's the case, Professor Small, you got some stuff questionable too. There's a lot of people who got some questionable stuff. If we're going to be honest, there's a lot of people who got questionable stuff. Your issue with Tariq is not, no, it's about you don't like what Tariq is doing now. Not because you really don't trust his background. No, because the direction that Tariq is going in now, you disagree with. If Tariq was on this Pan-African, like he's Dr. Umar, if he was on that type of page, you wouldn't have an issue with Tariq. Let's tell the truth. You wouldn't have an issue with Tariq if Tariq was this Pan-African activist. You wouldn't. But he's not. So now you're going to bring up some stuff that happened 20, 30 years ago. That's the only reason. I'm going to give you the second chance. Caller from area code 254.
You, how you doing?
Second chance.
I'm on.
254.
Can you turn me off in the background? I hear myself in the background.
My bad. Nah, I was intrigued on the page of what's going on, and I just see a lot of flags behind everybody, and I hear he keep saying Tariq Nasheed and all this stuff. To be honest, like, my people really from here, like, the stuff y'all got behind y'all, the 1526 and all that, like, we really from that slave life plantation still down the street in real life. So I'm trying to figure out, like, is y'all just on the internet playing with people's lineage? Or Cause y'all keep like Tariq Nasheed, we don't know this dude. Like y'all playing with a real lineage. We done served in every war here, from the cotton fields to present. So I'm trying to figure out, like, we don't have any leaders when it comes to the Negroes from back in my grandparents and forefathers. We still got the cotton pictures in our house. We still got everything from the beginning of being here. So I'm trying to figure out, like, who is y'all? Because I see the Black Alpha Network dude. I see you. But y'all flags ain't matching the flags in our house. We got an American flag flying in our house. And I'm not a tether. My people really from here. Like, so I'm like, what are y'all talking about? And who's Tariq Nasheed? And we don't got ain't no leader for us. I'm not no tether. I see your comments. I'm like, my people really from here. Tobacco fields, cotton fields, North Carolina, Tabor City. So I'm trying to figure out who are y'all? Y'all look like opposition. FBA, we ain't getting reclassed no more, cuz. We not getting reclassed no more we ain't got no leader to Tariq Nasheed. We don't care about him, cuz. We don't know nothing y'all talking about.
When you say we,
so I'm like,
hold on, dude. Hold on. When you say we, who are you referring to?
Our people. We don't even I'm talking about our people.
When you say our people, when I talk, you need to stop. When you say our people, you mean...
Man, who the fuck you talking to, you little punk? You a punk, I could tell. You a punk, I could tell, too.
Yet you calling me,
Tariq
you call
Nasheed,
my
fuck
line.
all y'all. Y'all
you
weak.
call my line. You see how easy they crash out?
Y'all faking with our lineage, bro.
You see
y'all faking with our lineage, cuz, for real.
You're crashing out,
y'all
sir.
Faking with our lineage in real life, bro.
You're losing your point. Because what you're saying is not making no sense. You sound dumb. Okay? You don't sound like you're a sober person.
I'm nowhere near stupid.
No, you do sound
stupid. Bro, I'm saying we got to pick. Look what's behind you. We don't
call the platform to say you don't know what the flags are in the background. You don't know what the American Heritage flag is.
Clown.
You don't know what the FBA flag is. He said, "Who is Tariq?" We don't know Tariq. A lot of people do know.
We don't care about no Tariq, nigga.
Who you can speak for yourself, but you can't speak for the whole lineage, dude. You can't do that. I don't know who you think you are, Mr. Little Nobody.
Nigga, we really from this shit for real. That's what I'm saying. Nigga, we really from this.
Who is
nigga, y'all playing with somebody real life lineage, nigga.
I can hear in your voice, you are not nobody. You are not nobody that really
matters.
You are not nobody that's really done anything. You a little hater,
Where's the United States colored troops flags behind you? Where are they? Where are they?
What, you a troop? You a soldier?
Where are they?
Are you a soldier? I can tell he's not a soldier.
And I'm a veteran in real life.
I can tell he's not a soldier. I can tell he's never been in the military.
You a clown. I done went to Afghanistan and all that. You a clown, boy.
Yeah, I lie. You might have went on a vacation. You are not built to be a soldier with your mush mouth ass. You sound too dumb to be a soldier. Ain't nobody would put a gun in your hand.
Clowns, cuz. Listen.
And I still hear myself, you so stupid, you couldn't even turn the damn TV off. You can't turn the TV or the laptop off. I still hear myself in the background.
We gonna see all y'all clowns. Black Alpha Network, you too, y'all clowns. They said he not us.
He emotional. Emotional guy. That's why he can't handle it.
Dude, now you got your girlfriend. Put your girlfriend on the phone. Or your mama, whoever that woman is.
Put your mama on the phone, nigga. Look at the flags y'all flying behind y'all. We don't fly that shit.
Lower your voice.
We fly American flags, nigga.
Lower your voice. See, you see how frustrated he's getting. Now, first off, I let him ramble on, and then I just asked a couple questions.
We served in every war. We served in every war, including me.
You served.
We served in every war, including me.
You served in every war. Did you just say that? Why are you turning me up? Now I'm hearing myself in the background louder. Can you not follow instructions? Soldier, attention, soldier. Can you follow instructions, soldier, and turn me off in the background? You said you were in Afghanistan, not for long. You were not in Afghanistan for long. If you can't follow simple ass instructions to turn the TV off, I doubt you were ever in Afghanistan. I doubt anybody thought it was a good idea to send your ass with a M16 to Afghanistan if you can't have the common sense to turn me off in the background.
Where's your American flag?
Where's my
Where is it?
We
Sir,
didn't fight for
first
no
off,
damn
turn me
FBA
off.
flag.
That you hear him spitting. Stop spitting on your phone. You're screaming in your phone. You're spitting on your phone. Your phone is
Yeah.
covered with
Y'all
saliva.
playing with my
Calm
family
down.
real lineage. That's why, nigga.
I'm
Where the
playing with a
American
real
flag
lineage.
at, nigga? When we see y'all, it's gonna smoke. It's smoke when we see y'all, niggas, man. You Black Alpha Network, when we see y'all, it's smoke, nigga. I swear to God, nigga. Y'all playing with my family lineage, nigga. Fuck is y'all talking about? Really slaves and shit. My people really was slaves, nigga. You playing with my family lineage, nigga. FBA. Y'all doing this shit to get money, nigga. Y'all doing this shit to get money. My family been here since the revolution. We done fought in every war, including me, the last one that just ended in Afghanistan. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck is y'all American flag at? I don't see an American flag flying.
Okay.
My grandfather's family in the United States colored troop. He's buried in Tennessee.
Now listen to
United
this.
States colored troop. He's buried in Tennessee.
Your issue is that we don't have an American
Fuck out
flag.
of here, clown.
That's
You a pussy,
his
nigga.
issue. These are the soldiers that we have here. These are the soldiers that we have here. Okay. All right. Okay then. That's interesting. Well, I just don't think it's a really good idea. I really don't think it's a good idea for you to be sitting up there threatening me or Black Alpha. So I'm just gonna make sure I save your number, so we can talk about that. Because I just don't. That's just really not a good idea. I just really don't appreciate that. So I'm just gonna make sure I save your little number, just in case something happens. It sounds like maybe he was a soldier. Maybe he does need to, maybe there needs to be a wellness check. I didn't even engage this dude seriously. Then he had some woman on the phone, and then I was getting turned up on the TV. I don't even know what's going on. Where's my American flag? I don't have to have an American flag in the background. I have enough flags in the background. Clearly, I don't have to have enough. You trying to get under my skin? You're a clown. You're a clown. Okay. Okay, sure. I don't think you served in Afghanistan. You clearly don't have the common sense it takes to turn the TV off. Who puts a loaded rifle in your hand? If you don't know how to turn the TV off, I wouldn't put a loaded rifle in your hand. You served in Afghanistan. Talking like that, I doubt it. I doubt it. But I don't want to leave with that type of energy. Let's get some straightening now. Let's get some straightening. I'm going to let y'all get 1 minute because I said we was going to close out. So I'm going to let you get 1 minute. Caller from area code 706. You got 1 minute.
Yeah, it's me, Afro, man. I had to call up after that cockroach came up here and disrespected you and the family. Let me let you cockroaches know something. Any of you goofball ass niggas coming up here disrespecting our great brother Afro Elite, and especially Black Afro, y'all need to be scolded and just gone away from this damn lineage and this damn movement. Don't worry about what this brother is doing. You caught up here on some clown shit. And I just get so tired of these niggas coming up here just talking weird-ish. And I'm going to land my plane and just say this. This is why we need to delineate not only from the tethers, but from clowns and suckers like that, dick suckers that just caught up here, disrespecting the damn family. And I don't know if there was your mother in the background, but cocaine is a hell of a drug from our late great brother Rick James. And I'm gonna just say this: the crack cocaine epidemic has really caused some of these crack babies to just crash out for no damn reason.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, brother, keep doing your thing, Afro. Brush these haters off and throw them in the trash. I salute you. I lay my plane again.
Appreciate that. Yeah, his mother came in the basement wondering why he was screaming and yelling at the phone. That's why. And we're playing with his lineage by not having a flag. Okay, let's say we did. Let's say we do. Then what? Well, Tariq is not. We don't know Tariq. Who is we don't know Tariq? Clear. There's hundreds of thousands of people who know who Tariq is. Hundreds of thousands. He has hundreds of thousands of subscribers just on YouTube alone. So clearly, hundreds of thousands of people know who he is. So that we don't claim him. Okay. What are you getting at? What are you trying to say? Claim that you're real lineage. I don't even know about that. Caller from area code 510. You got 1 minute. What's on your mind?
Hey, you're doing a good job. And what I don't understand, but I do understand people giving you space. And you got a lot of people that want to act, I guess, say black or whatever. Maybe, you know. But when you be quiet, they don't want to. They always want to talk to you, you know. So silence is not it. So they keep on coming. That's just all I want to say. Because you know I've been in Florida, so you know for a while now, and it's kind of funny out here with the people out here. You know the Tethers. So basically, I just don't understand how the blacks work with them out here. That's all.
Yeah.
But that's one of them right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But thank you, sir. You have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna keep doing it. He ain't getting under my skin. That's crazy people. I'm gonna let y'all know. Asylum. Y'all can watch me from the asylum. Y'all can't call in from the asylum. I'm gonna have to put that rule out there. Y'all calling in from the nut house. Come on now. That was his damn caregiver. His caregiver came in and was like, hey, so it's time to take your medicine. Get off the phone. His caregiver came in. He sent up this. Come on. I ain't got nothing against you, but please don't call in. At least take your medicine before you call in. That's all I'm trying to say. Caller from area code 314. You have 1 minute.
Hey, what's going on, Afro? It's your boy Pariah from St. Louis, man. That dude that called earlier, he pissed me off. I just had to call in, man, because I was just like, yo, I hate these overly emotional dudes coming in talking about, I don't know who Tariq is. We don't know who Tariq is. And you sound like you don't know who your dad is either. You sound like you've been raised by a bunch of females. All this extra screaming and stuff. It was just irking the hell out of me, man. I just wanted to say that, dude, and, you know what I'm saying, continue to do, you know what I'm saying, God's work, man. And, you know what I'm saying, you know what it is, dude. We riding with you.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's true. I mean, all of this screaming, you sound like, and he calls himself a soldier. He said he was a soldier. He doesn't have the decorum of a soldier, and I'm not a soldier. Well, I am a soldier for this movement. I'm not an American military soldier. He claimed that he served in Vietnam with that type of decorum, with that type of patience. He's that hot-headed over the phone. And you served in Afghanistan, not Vietnam. Afghanistan? Okay. All right. I doubt it. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, yeah. Call it out. Another word of advice. Before you get online and make threats and start putting threats on me, start putting threats on Black Alpha, you realize I have your full phone number, right? Just saying. A lot can be done with that. I'm just saying, to protect ourselves, that was a very bad move for you to make. It was a very bad move for you to make. Caller from area code 562. You're on live.
Hey, Afro Elite. Yeah, man. You got a lot of plebiscite babblers on here, man. You know, coming up here, man. I don't know what, you know, they got all different type of substances out here, man. Illegal. You know what I'm saying? Drugs that out here these folks are using, man. So they coming up with all this plebiscite babble and, you know, and F Tariq and F Alpha and F you. And brother, man, you know, it's just sad to say that some of these people need help, man. And mental health is in every community, not just the Black community, man. And you know, we need to get some more mental health workers, man, in the community to help some of these brothers. Because some of these brothers, they come from, you know, out of the military and bad homes.
What happened? What happened? I don't know what happened. It just cut off. Yeah, that's true. Maybe a wellness check is necessary. I don't know. Maybe we might have to do that, but I'm going to wrap up the calls there. We don't need any more crazy folk calling in. We can wrap it up there. Yeah, but maybe a wellness check is necessary. I mean, because if you did serve, maybe you're going through an episode of PTSD, and maybe you need somebody to call in and see if you're okay. Maybe that. So you don't hurt yourself. Because I'm just doing it so you don't hurt yourself. You know. Not saying, but I'm saying that. I mean, if you're threatening other people and hurting yourself, I'm concerned. So maybe I might have some people check in on you. I'm not saying that I will. I'm not saying that. course, because we're looking out for you as a soldier. We respect our soldiers here. All right. But we're gonna keep getting to the super chats real quick. We got one from Brown's Heart. He says, "Y'all remember?" Okay, I already saw that super chat. Okay, then we got Maxwell. He says many of these haters or Tariq were put on by him. Yeah, that's true. Oh, I already saw that one too. So let me get to Fuquan. Fuquan says, okay. Let me see. Fuquan says, okay. Let me see. Josili says, or sends a super chat, and then he's a first-class citizen. He's projecting because he's a coward. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is projection. All right, Josil. Mr. Smalls needs to leave America and go where he's celebrated in Africa. Don't give a dime to none. Yeah, that's true. Don't give a dime to him. Nope, that's true. Generation Malcolm X, he says, showing love and support to the family, and I appreciate that. I really do, and it means a lot. Okay, let me see. Tyrannus, he says, why no Pan-Africans speak to Africans about tribalism and unaliving going on there now? That's true. You got, speaking of Nicki Minaj, you got Nicki Minaj who's speaking more about African issues than they are. Christopher says Afro Elite in the chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, just like we call the off-code raccoons out, point to your tethers before we do. That's true. If you don't like the way we do it, y'all should have been done it. My Long Island sends a super sticker. Thank you very much for that. Vicky sends a super sticker. Thank you very much for that. Let me see. How do you pronounce it? Yashar. I'm going to say Yashar says Afro Elite got the conscious community breathing hard, but believe they starting to have to back through. They're starting to have to break through. Now, keep hitting them. I got it. I'm gonna keep on them. I'm gonna keep the pressure on them. For Quan sends another one. Appreciate that. And then we got a good super chat. We got $100 super chat from C. Briggs. Says, yo, Afro Elite, old Negroes, and Pan-Africanist tethers are jealous of FBA and Tariq Nasheed's success. What they don't know is our lineage can't be stopped. That's true. And all of these ops and agents want stop our progress. They do. They want to stop our progress. They don't understand our progress and where the movement is going. It's beyond one person. If you stop me, you stop Tariq, you stop whoever, it's beyond that. It's beyond that. The movement is gotten a life of its own at this point. That's the reality of it. Okay. And then he sends another super chat. It says, okay, that wasn't war. He was cooked. Yeah, that's true. He was a cook. That wasn't a war. He was a cook. I appreciate that. I got to super chats a little bit earlier because that stuff, I'm a little behind on that. FBA don't stay from our lineage. Be one and be safe. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you, Bruce, and I appreciate every single last one of y'all. We've been on here for almost another 4.5 hours, man. I'm telling you, the open mic lives be lit. Oh, they be lit. We have some opposition too. And I love it too. I love it too. Shout out to every single last one of y'all. Appreciate y'all. You know he's still watching, right? I know you still watching. I know you still watching. All of y'all who was hating, I know you still watching. Okay. I know you are. That was not a smart idea to crash out like that. It was not a smart idea to crash out like that. I doubt you're a soldier if that's your mentality. If you're so quick to anger like that, I doubt you served in Afghanistan. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not a smart idea to crash out like that on the internet. But I can show you better than I can tell you. How about that? I'll show you better than I can tell you. But all in all, we had a really good open mic live. I appreciate every single last one of y'all. Y'all make sure that y'all hit this like button. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, subscribe button, and notification bell so that way y'all be on top of everything. And leave a comment. Let me know what y'all think in the comment section below. I appreciate every single last one of y'all. Thank y'all so very much for everything. With that being said, Black first as always. Y'all be safe out there and y'all stay blessed.